In 1970s Houston, children disappeared without a sound. A man with a warm smile and pockets full of candy welcomed them into his world. But behind that sweet promise hid something unspeakable. They called him the Candy Man, and what he offered wasn't candy at all. This is the story of Dean Corll, the man who turned a city's innocence into horror. If you'd like more stories like this to appear on your page, please comment where you are watching from, and subscribe. There are 15 chapters in this series, each with one picture looping gently. Just close your eyes, relax, and let's dive into the story together. Now let's begin. Chapter 1: The Sweetest Smile in Houston, the Candy Man emerges. In the early 1970s, when Houston was still a city defined by oil fields, summer heat, and neighborhoods that trusted the sound of a bicycle bell more than a police siren, there was a man who seemed to radiate harmlessness. Dean Corll was the kind of neighbor people waved to without thinking, the sort of man who smiled warmly at children and spoke politely to their parents. His name drifted through conversations in Houston Heights like a familiar tune. "Oh, Dean? The Candy Man." He handed out sweets, worked in a small candy factory, and kept to himself. In a world before true suspicion had settled into the suburbs, that image was enough to hide the truth lurking behind his calm eyes. Corll's small candy business, the Pecan Prince Company, was a local staple for a while. Children would walk by the factory on West 22nd Street and see him in his apron, boxing up sweets or whistling as he worked. He often offered free samples, taffy, caramel, peanut clusters. To young boys from working-class families, those candies weren't just treats. They were symbols of friendliness in a neighborhood that sometimes felt forgotten by the city's rapid growth. Dean understood that simplicity had power. His soft voice, his willingness to listen, and his habit of offering small kindnesses created an aura of trust. Behind that easy smile, however, was a man living in deep isolation. He had never quite found his place among others. Too quiet, too inward, and emotionally distant even from those closest to him. Those who later tried to understand him often described his eyes as unreadable, as if some internal switch had dimmed the light of empathy. He blended into the rhythm of daily life, but there was something tightly coiled beneath the surface, a shadow behind the politeness. Houston Heights during this time was not the gentrified district it would later become. The streets were lined with modest homes, a mixture of old wood and tin roofs, families struggling to make ends meet. The city's booming industries promised jobs, but in those small pockets, teenagers often drifted aimlessly, bored and restless. Many came from unstable homes, some escaping difficult families or poverty. Dean Corll noticed them. He noticed their loneliness, their hunger for belonging, and their eagerness for even the smallest attention from an adult who treated them as equals. In that recognition lay the foundation for something darker than anyone could have imagined. He began inviting boys to hang around the candy shop, helping pack boxes or sweep floors in exchange for a few dollars or candy. At first, it seemed innocent, just a kind-hearted employer giving neighborhood kids a chance to earn pocket money. Parents trusted him, often remarking that Dean was so good with the kids. He attended community events, occasionally helped out with local fundraisers, and kept a soft-spoken manner that made him appear gentle, even shy. Yet beneath the surface of these gestures was a growing web of manipulation, one that fed on the vulnerabilities of those who came closest to him. The transformation from a friendly candy maker into the man who would later be called the Candy Man did not happen suddenly. It grew gradually, like a slow infection of the soul. Dean began spending more and more time with teenage boys, not peers his own age. He had little interest in adult companionship. Friends were few, relationships fleeting. His world was narrowing to something singular: control. The factory eventually closed, but Dean found a new rhythm in hosting small gatherings at his modest rented homes. These became places where music played softly, beer and marijuana were shared, and the illusion of freedom drew in young people who felt unseen elsewhere in the heat of Houston nights. As cicadas hummed outside and neon lights flickered through half-closed blinds, Dean perfected his facade. He was a provider, a listener, someone who didn't judge. The boys came willingly, some viewing him as a big brother, others as a mysterious friend who offered escape from strict parents or street boredom. He offered a space to relax, to feel grown up, to belong. But every act of kindness was calculated, every gesture designed to disarm and confuse. Dean's life was becoming an intricate pattern of secrecy and control, masked by sugar and smiles. The name Candyman began as a term of affection, a nickname whispered by kids who adored his sweets. No one imagined that one day the same name would chill the hearts of an entire nation. The paradox was complete. A man associated with sweetness was building the architecture of horror behind closed doors. The contrast made it all the more shocking when the truth finally surfaced years later. Buried in the soil of Houston's forgotten corners, in these early years, Dean's world remained a careful balance between charm and concealment. His mother, Mary West, who owned the candy company with him, saw her son as a quiet, dependable man. She was proud of his hard work and independence, unaware that her business had given him the perfect camouflage for approaching young boys. He appeared loyal and devoted, but even she noticed his growing mood swings, flashes of temper that surfaced without warning, soon replaced by eerie calm. Dean lived in a state of duality. Part family man, part secret predator in the making, and no one yet knew the scale of what was forming around him. Not the parents who waved to him in the mornings, not the police who occasionally passed his street, not even the boys who laughed and joked in his living room. The predator was still hidden behind the polite voice, behind the faint smell of candy that lingered in his clothes. But something within him had begun to shift irrevocably. The line between affection and possession was blurring. The trust he built so patiently was the same tool he would later use to destroy it as the decade rolled toward its most turbulent years. Houston was changing, growing faster, becoming more chaotic and harder to police. Amid that noise, Dean Corll slipped deeper into anonymity, using the innocence of his reputation as a shield. The candy man of Houston had arrived, smiling, quiet, and utterly unsuspected. The line between charm and danger is often invisible, and in Dean Corll's life, it was drawn in the softest tones. His quiet presence, the unthreatening kindness that made people lower their guard, was becoming the mask through which something far darker observed the world. By the early 1970s, Dean had perfected the art of seeming ordinary. His neatly pressed shirts, his calm voice, and his unassuming habits made him appear harmless. Even his small eccentricities, his habit of locking doors obsessively or rearranging furniture late at night, were dismissed by those who knew him as quirks of a bachelor's solitude. Nobody suspected the storm of obsession brewing beneath the surface. Dean's home became a kind of magnet for young boys in the neighborhood. They came to play music, to talk, or simply to escape from their difficult homes. He bought them drinks, let them smoke, and spoke to them like adults. For many of these boys who felt ignored by parents or teachers, his attention felt validating. Dean cultivated that feeling carefully, knowing that once someone trusted him, they rarely questioned him again. He made himself indispensable, a friend who offered help without judgment. But the help always came with strings, invisible at first, tightening slowly over time that he began to form deeper connections with a few boys he considered special, ones who seemed most loyal. He remembered birthdays, gave small gifts, and offered a sense of belonging that seemed genuine. It was through these gestures that he found his first devoted follower, a teenager named David Brooks. Brooks was only a boy when he first met Dean, drawn by candy and kindness, like so many others. Over time, Dean became a father figure, a confidant, and someone David felt he owed loyalty to. The relationship would later evolve into something that blurred the lines of friendship, dependence, and fear. Dean had discovered his first willing participant in the illusion he was building. But even as Dean's world began revolving around these teenage friendships, the outside world saw nothing amiss. He lived quietly, never causing trouble, paying his rent on time, and keeping his home tidy. He drove his white van around the heights, sometimes offering rides to the kids who knew him. It was a symbol of familiarity, a vehicle of trust. The van would later become infamous in Houston's collective memory, but for now, it was just Mr. Corll's van, a part of the everyday scenery. Inside, however, Dean was crafting his private world, a world ruled by secrecy and domination. There were whispers, of course. Parents occasionally questioned why a grown man spent so much time with teenagers. But in those years, the culture of suspicion that defines later decades simply didn't exist. Adults were often grateful that someone took an interest in their restless sons, keeping them out of trouble. Dean's soft-spoken charm and spotless reputation silenced most doubts before they could grow. To the outside world, he was still the candy man, the kind neighbor who gave out sweets and occasionally helped kids find small jobs. As time went on, Dean began moving from one rented home to another, each one slightly more secluded than the last. His behavior grew more unpredictable. Friends noticed he often disappeared for days, only to return with new stories or a new face in his company. He avoided deep adult friendships, and though he was occasionally seen dating women, none of these relationships lasted. His interests had narrowed to a single focus, the power he felt when controlling those who admired him. That feeling had become his addiction. By the time David Brooks was fully under his influence, Dean had created an entire system of manipulation. He knew which boys were runaways, which were unhappy, which were desperate for attention. He gave them places to stay, money, and small luxuries they could never afford. He made promises, sometimes vague, sometimes specific, but always designed to create dependence. The pattern was precise and deliberate. Dean understood human need in a way that was both chilling and effective. And in that understanding, he saw opportunity. Houston itself played an unknowing role in Dean's growing darkness. The city was sprawling, chaotic, and full of transient populations. The Vietnam War had left scars. Families fractured, fathers gone, teenagers rebelling. Police resources were stretched thin, and runaway cases were tragically common. When a boy went missing, people often assumed he'd left voluntarily, chasing adventure or escaping home troubles. It was the perfect setting for someone like Dean Corll to move unseen. The missing boys were not immediately missed, and those who looked for them rarely found answers. Dean's smile, the very thing that once disarmed suspicion, now masked a mind that had fully crossed into obsession. He began testing boundaries, seeing how far he could go before anyone noticed. The late-night gatherings grew more secretive. Music played louder, curtains stayed closed. The boys who visited regularly became accustomed to Dean's strange rules. Lock the doors, don't talk to strangers about where you're going, and never question what he said. Slowly, through quiet conditioning, Dean turned normal curiosity into silent obedience. The nickname Candy Man started to take on new shades of meaning. To the public, it still carried a sweetness, a symbol of generosity. But in the hushed conversations among the boys who spent time with him, it began to carry an undertone of unease. Some of them noticed how Dean's mood could change in an instant, from friendly to threatening, from patient to controlling. They laughed it off, told each other it was just his temper. But deep down, a few began to feel that there was something they didn't understand about the man behind the smile. Something dangerous. As Dean's confidence grew, so did his recklessness. He no longer worried about being seen with the same boys repeatedly. His patterns were visible to anyone paying close attention, but no one was. The community was distracted by its own struggles, and the police dismissed missing person reports with weary regularity. The pieces of a much larger nightmare were assembling quietly. In plain sight. At night, Dean often sat alone, the sound of the city faint in the distance, and stared at nothing for long stretches of time. Those who saw him described an emptiness in his gaze, as though he were there and not there all at once. He had begun to believe in his own invulnerability. His secrets were safe, his reputation untouchable. The world saw a man of sweetness and charm. Inside, however, the man known as the Candy Man was transforming into something unrecognizable, a predator hidden behind the gentlest of smiles. The illusion was almost perfect. Almost, because soon, as Dean's hunger for control deepened, he would take a step that would unravel everything he had so carefully constructed. And when that unraveling began, Houston would discover that the Candy Man's sweetness had always been laced with poison. Chapter 2: A Boyhood of Shadows. The early years of Dean Corll. Long before the world came to know the name Candy Man. Before Houston's quiet neighborhoods became synonymous with one of America's darkest tragedies, Dean Corll was just a boy from a small Texas town, shaped by the kind of fractured childhood that often hides invisible scars. Born on December 24, 1939, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Dean Arnold Corll entered the world on Christmas Eve, a day associated with joy and innocence. Yet from the beginning, his world was anything but peaceful. His parents, Mary Robinson and Arnold Corll, had a stormy marriage filled with arguments that left emotional aftershocks on their two sons, Dean and his younger brother, Stanley. What began as a modest family life slowly dissolved into tension and instability, setting the stage for a young boy who would grow up learning to hide his emotions behind silence. When Dean was still a child, the family relocated to a small farming community in Indiana. The move was meant to bring peace, but it only deepened the emotional divide within the household. Arnold, a stern and sometimes volatile man, struggled to connect with his quiet, introverted son. Mary, protective to a fault, often shielded Dean from his father's temper, creating a loyalty that would last well into adulthood. Dean learned early how to observe without speaking, how to navigate tension by fading into the background. It was a coping mechanism that later became a hallmark of his personality, an ability to hide what he felt, to blend in, to appear harmless even when he wasn't. By the time Dean was 7, his parents' relationship had fractured beyond repair. The divorce left Mary to raise the two boys on her own, and though she tried to provide stability, life was far from easy. She worked long hours, sometimes holding multiple jobs, and the boys were often left unsupervised. Dean's early years were marked by solitude and self-reliance. He spent hours alone, tinkering with small machines, radios, and electrical devices, objects that made sense when people didn't. He found comfort in mechanical precision, in systems that obeyed logic, unlike the unpredictable emotions of the adults around him. Those who knew Dean as a child remembered a boy who was polite, even kind, but distant. He rarely joined in roughhousing or group games, preferring to watch from the sidelines. Teachers described him as well-behaved and quiet, a student who never caused trouble but never quite connected either. There was an aura of detachment about him, a stillness that some found unnerving. Yet beneath that calm exterior, Dean carried a growing resentment he could never express. The world, to him, was a place of noise and conflict, and he learned to find control in silence. When Mary remarried a man named Jake West, Dean's life shifted again. The family moved to Vidor, Texas, a rural area surrounded by woods and heat, where opportunities were limited but freedom was plentiful. Mary and Jake opened a small candy business called the Pecan Prince, the seed of what would later evolve into Dean's cover story in Houston. Dean, now a teenager, helped in the shop after school, mixing batches, wrapping candies, handling deliveries. It gave him purpose, a structured task that required precision and routine. But it also taught him how sweetness could be used to attract and disarm. What seemed like a simple family business was, in a strange way, the first setting where Dean learned how easily trust could be earned through small pleasures. Despite his obedience, Dean's stepfather was not an easy man to live with. Jake West and Dean often clashed quietly, never openly, but through tense silences and mutual avoidance. Dean's mother, ever protective, usually took her son's side, reinforcing the divide. In these years, Dean's isolation deepened. He became more withdrawn, more private. Friends were few, relationships shallow. He began to build an inner world that no one could access, one where he could be in complete control. To his mother, he remained the dependable son. To others, a polite young man. But inside, he was becoming someone who needed control more than he needed companionship. School life in Vidor did little to draw him out. He was average academically, never excelling, never failing. His classmates remembered him as the quiet one, someone who rarely spoke unless spoken to. A few recalled his discomfort with physical affection or social closeness. Even as a teenager, Dean seemed to resist intimacy of any kind, emotional or physical. It was as if a barrier existed around him, invisible but firm, keeping everyone at a distance. Yet at the same time, there were signs of deep sensitivity, moments when his calm demeanor cracked. Once, when a classmate teased him, he reportedly flew into a sudden, silent rage, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He never struck anyone, but those who saw it remembered the look in his eyes, cold, fixed, frighteningly controlled. After graduating high school in 1958, Dean briefly left Vidor to live with his father in Indiana, a decision that surprised many. The reunion did not last long. Dean's father, a man of rigid discipline, found his son's quietness unnerving. Dean, in turn, felt alien in his father's world of strict rules and military order. The distance between them widened, and before long, Dean returned to Texas, resuming his place beside his mother and stepfather in the growing candy business. But something had changed during that short time away. Dean had tasted independence, and it made him restless. He wanted more than the life of a candy maker in a small town, yet he lacked direction. That restlessness would later drive him toward Houston, a city that offered anonymity and opportunity in equal measure. It was during these young adult years that another pattern began to emerge. Dean's behavior toward younger boys in the neighborhood became oddly attentive. He offered them candy, invited them to the factory, let them watch the machinery. On the surface, it was harmless, even kind. But those who looked closer later recalled that Dean's interest seemed more intense than it should have been. his eyes following the boys a little too long, his friendliness a little too deliberate. Nothing overtly wrong ever happened, at least not that anyone could prove, but it was clear that something in Dean's emotional world was quietly shifting. The sweetness that defined his family's business was beginning to take on a darker symbolism in his mind. In 1962, Dean was drafted into the U.S. Army, stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana, and later in Kansas. The military structure should have given him focus, yet instead it isolated him further. While other soldiers formed bonds, Dean kept to himself, spending long evenings alone, writing letters to his mother and listening to the hum of base machinery. He was a decent soldier, disciplined and obedient, but he never seemed to belong. It was during this period, away from home, that Dean reportedly began to explore feelings he had long suppressed. Conflicted desires that clashed with his strict upbringing and his need for control. Some historians later speculated that this internal struggle, combined with his inability to form healthy emotional connections, became the root of his dual nature. One side polite and calm, the other repressed and dangerous. By 1964, Dean requested and received an honorable discharge from the Army. He returned to Houston, where his mother had relocated the candy company. The city was bigger, noisier, and full of possibilities. It was here, in the growing sprawl of Houston Heights, that Dean Corll would quietly begin his second life, the one that would eventually make his name infamous. The boy who grew up in silence, who learned to hide his feelings behind politeness, was about to step into a world where his charm would become his most lethal tool. When Dean Corll returned to Houston after his military service in 1964, he stepped into a city on the rise. Skyscrapers were beginning to pierce the skyline, highways were stretching toward the suburbs, and families from smaller towns were moving in, seeking a piece of post-war prosperity. The Houston Heights area, where Dean and his family set up their candy business, was far more modest. A patchwork of narrow streets, wood-framed houses, and corner shops where everyone knew everyone else. It was the kind of neighborhood where people waved from porches, left their doors unlocked, and trusted that good manners meant good character. For Dean, this was the perfect place to disappear in plain sight. His mother, Mary West, was the driving force behind the candy company, now renamed the Corll Candy Company. She was fiercely proud of her son, often telling neighbors that Dean had come back from the Army a mature, hard-working man. To the community, the Corlls seemed like a close family. Mary running the business, Dean managing production, and his younger brother Stanley handling deliveries. The small factory smelled of sugar and roasted pecans, its windows steaming on humid afternoons. Local kids would stop by for samples, and Mary, ever the entrepreneur, encouraged it. She believed generosity built loyalty, and in many ways it did. The neighborhood's children adored the Corll Candy Company, and Dean became known, once again, as the Candy Man. Beneath this cheerful reputation, however, something was stirring inside him. The military had changed him in ways his family couldn't quite see. He was quieter, more inward, and prone to sudden mood swings that left his mother puzzled. Sometimes he would work tirelessly for days, focused and calm. Other times he would vanish for hours, returning with a distant look, his voice low and detached. Mary assumed it was stress, maybe leftover tension from the Army, and never pressed too hard. Dean, as always, gave little away. But in those silences, his thoughts were growing darker. He had spent his childhood mastering control over his emotions. Now he was learning to exert that control outward, over people. The candy factory offered him the perfect setting. Teenagers often came by looking for part-time work, and Dean, friendly but reserved, hired a few to help with small tasks. Sweeping floors, packing boxes, loading trucks. It was here that he began to notice the power of simple gestures. A free bag of candy, a few dollars for errands, a compliment, these things built trust. Dean's charm wasn't loud or charismatic. It was subtle, measured, the kind that made people lower their guard without realizing it. And the boys who worked for him looked up to him. He seemed generous, dependable, and slightly mysterious. A man who didn't scold or judge. To them, he wasn't an authority figure. He was someone who treated them like equals. By the late 1960s, Dean was in his late 20s and still unmarried, which began to raise quiet whispers. In conservative Texas circles, that was unusual, but Mary often brushed off questions with a proud smile. "He's married to his work," she'd say, and to most, that explanation was enough. Dean's bachelor lifestyle seemed harmless. He lived alone in small apartments or rented houses, worked long hours, and drove a white van for deliveries. But that van, plain and unmarked, would later become the single most haunting symbol of his secret life. Houston Heights during this era was a place of change. The oil boom brought new money, but the old neighborhoods were fading. Poverty and neglect crept in, and with them came restless youth. Teenagers hanging around pool halls, gas stations, and arcades, searching for belonging. Dean saw them. He noticed the way some kids drifted from home, the way others were ignored by parents struggling to make ends meet. He recognized vulnerability the way a hunter recognizes movement in tall grass. His quiet smile and calm voice became tools of approach. The same man who once watched life from a distance as a child was now observing again. But this time with intent. Around this time, Dean began forming connections that would alter the course of his life. He met a teenage boy named David Brooks, just 12 when their paths first crossed near the candy factory. David came from a troubled home, often left to fend for himself, and Dean quickly filled the role of protector and friend. He bought him gifts, let him hang around the shop, even paid him small amounts to help with odd jobs. Over the years, that relationship deepened into something darker, a manipulation so gradual that David never saw it for what it was. To the outside world, it was just another example of Dean's kindness toward local kids. But privately, he was testing how far his influence could reach. Dean's mother, ever supportive, noticed how much time he spent with boys from the neighborhood but saw no danger in it. She believed her son had a generous heart, that he was helping lost or lonely kids. If anything, she admired his patience with them. She never realized that those acts of kindness were carefully calculated, rehearsed in his mind like steps in a ritual. The factory's warm smells and friendly atmosphere masked something that was slowly taking form beneath the surface. A hunger for control that would soon outgrow the walls of the candy shop. By 1968, Dean's relationship with his stepfather, Jake West, had deteriorated. The tension reached a point where Mary divorced Jake, taking full control of the business. Dean supported her decision completely, but he seemed more withdrawn than ever. He began spending nights alone in his van, parked by the beach or near the edge of town. When friends asked what he was doing, he'd shrug and say he just liked the quiet. But the solitude wasn't peaceful, it was consuming. He was wrestling with impulses he couldn't name, trying to suppress the growing fascination with dominance and submission that had taken root in his mind. The Candyman's smile remained, but it was now hiding something more deliberate, more dangerous. When the Corll Candy Company finally shut down in 1969, few people noticed. Business had slowed, and Mary decided to move to Colorado to remarry. Dean stayed behind in Houston, saying he needed time to think about his future. Alone now, without the structure of the family business or his mother's watchful eye, Dean's double life began to expand. The man who once distributed sweets on the street corner now roamed the same streets looking for company of a different kind. His charm hadn't faded, it had sharpened. The trust he once earned through candy, he now bought with alcohol, promises, and attention. In those late 1960s Houston nights, the city was buzzing with energy, bars, music, lights, but within that noise people could vanish. Dean's name still carried warmth among locals who remembered the candy shop. "He's such a nice man," they'd say, unaware of what he was becoming. His loneliness, once passive, had transformed into something predatory. The boy who learned to survive emotional chaos through control now sought that control in the most terrifying ways imaginable. But the darkness was still contained, still hidden behind manners and smiles. The storm had not yet broken, but it was gathering fast. By 1970, Dean Corll had shed almost everything that once tethered him to normal life. His family was gone, his business closed, and his isolation complete. Yet outwardly he seemed calm, dependable, and even content. He had mastered the art of the mask. The city saw only what he allowed it to see. A friendly, quiet man with a sweet tooth and a soft voice. But within, the boy who once hid from conflict had turned into a man ready to create it. The Candy Man's shadow had begun to stretch across Houston Heights, and soon, it would swallow everything in its path. Chapter 3: Behind the Candy Counter, the Factory of Trust. The Corll Candy Company was gone by the end of the 1960s, its once sweet scent fading from the streets of Houston Heights. But in the memories of the neighborhood, the Candy Man still lingered. Dean Corll, the polite man with soft brown hair, a quiet voice, and a smile that seemed to belong to simpler times. He had been part of the local rhythm for years. The hum of machinery from the small factory, the warmth of sugar and peanuts roasting, the laughter of kids who dropped by for samples. To outsiders, the closure of the candy company was just another small business shutting its doors. To Dean, it was the end of one life, and the quiet beginning of another. He was 30 years old now, adrift but composed. His life stripped of family ties and obligations. His mother had remarried and moved to Colorado, leaving him alone in the city that had once defined his family's success. He rented small apartments across the heights, each one blending seamlessly into the background. A place to sleep, to plan, and to begin shaping his new identity. He was no longer Dean Corll, the dutiful son working in a candy shop. He was something else now. A man free from supervision, from expectations, from the eyes that once watched him. And in that solitude, the mask of normalcy began to harden into something eerily convincing. Houston in 1970 was expanding fast, its suburbs stretching outward like veins across the Texas plain. The Heights, though aging, still carried its sense of small-town familiarity. It was a place where teenagers roamed the streets without fear, their laughter echoing across vacant lots and corner stores. For many of them, life felt wide open. Jobs were easy to find, rules easy to bend. And among them moved Dean Corll, quiet, unassuming, almost invisible. The boys who remembered him from the candy shop still saw him as the friendly neighbor who used to hand out treats. They greeted him with casual trust, unaware that they were greeting a man who had already begun crossing invisible moral lines in his mind. After the factory's closure, Dean took a job as an electrician with the Houston Lighting and Power Company. It suited him perfectly. The work required precision, solitude, and long hours, conditions in which Dean thrived. His co-workers saw him as dependable, if somewhat distant. He rarely joined in small talk or social gatherings but was always polite, always composed. In his quiet there was discipline, a trait many mistook for decency. But what they didn't see was the growing duality inside him. Each day, he wore the uniform of a working man, while each night, he sank deeper into fantasies of control and power. The loneliness that had haunted him since childhood had found a new outlet, one that would soon have real victims. His modest apartments became the new center of his life. He decorated them sparsely but kept everything meticulously organized. There was always music playing, soft rock, country, or the hum of a radio, and always a sense of restraint of things too neat to be ordinary. Those who visited later described a strange calm in his spaces, an atmosphere that was neither welcoming nor cold, just unervingly still. Dean himself was the same, soft-spoken, polite, but with a quiet authority that made others listen. He had learned how to draw people in without effort, how to turn friendliness into fascination. It was around this time that his connection with David Brooks deepened into something like dependence. David, now entering his teens, was often seen with Dean, riding in his van, running errands, or hanging out at his apartment. To those who noticed, it looked like a mentorship. David's home life was unstable, his family often in turmoil, and Dean seemed to offer the stability he lacked. He bought him things, took him to the beach, let him drink beer, and treated him like an adult. In reality, this was the first stage of something methodical, the slow conditioning of a follower. Dean was no longer just earning trust. He was shaping loyalty. He had discovered a truth that few others realized, that the line between friendship and control could be softened until one melted into the other. He learned how to blur that line masterfully. A favor here, a gift there, and slowly, a teenager would find himself doing whatever Dean asked, not out of fear, but out of gratitude. It was a psychological art, and Dean practiced it with patience that bordered on obsession. He had never been comfortable with peers or equals. With younger boys, he found a world he could dominate completely. The white van he used for work soon became his signature, a moving extension of his hidden life. It was plain, practical, and unremarkable. He often parked it near schools or playgrounds, casually offering rides home to boys he knew. Parents didn't object. This was the man they trusted, the candy man from the neighborhood. His quiet demeanor and reputation for kindness made suspicion seem almost rude. But that van, with its locked doors and covered windows, would later become a symbol of unspeakable horror. At this point, however, it was simply part of the scenery, another ordinary detail in a city filled with them. Evenings often found Dean hosting small gatherings at his apartment. Music, beer, and the illusion of freedom drew in teenagers who felt neglected elsewhere. Some were runaways. Others were just bored. Dean's home became a haven where no one asked questions, where rules seemed suspended. He played the role of the cool, understanding adult, the one who didn't lecture, who didn't judge. The boys came willingly, never realizing that every visit tightened an invisible thread around them. Dean understood how to make people dependent. He gave them comfort first so he could take it away later. What made Dean Corll's manipulation so effective was his consistency. He never appeared threatening. He spoke gently, rarely raised his voice, and gave off an aura of control that made others trust him instinctively. To most people, he was the embodiment of calm. Inside, though, that calm was a mask stretched tight over compulsion. He was testing boundaries, seeing how far he could go, and each time he got away with it, the darkness within him grew more confident. It was during these quiet, uneventful months that the architecture of Dean's secret life solidified. He had the trust of the neighborhood, the loyalty of a few boys, and the privacy to do as he pleased. But as much as he craved control, there was something missing, an accomplice who could help him extend that control further. In his mind, he had begun building a world that revolved entirely around his needs. To make that world real, he needed others who would obey him absolutely. David Brooks was just the beginning. Soon, Dean would find another, someone who would become both his protege and, eventually, his undoing. The Candyman's reputation as a kind, generous figure continued to spread, and with it, his reach. He had successfully turned a childhood symbol of sweetness into the perfect disguise for something monstrous. No one could have imagined that behind the man who once handed out candy at the factory, a predator was planning one of the most chilling crimes in American history. But the pieces were already in place. The trust, the charm, the secrecy, and Dean Corll was ready to act on impulses that had been festering for years. The city of Houston still slept peacefully, unaware that its quiet neighborhoods were about to become a hunting ground. Dean Corll's world in the early 1970s was carefully constructed, an intricate illusion built from politeness, order, and quiet generosity. He knew that appearances were everything. A well-trimmed lawn, a neatly pressed shirt, a kind word to a neighbor. All of it created the image of a man who posed no threat. He was deliberate in every gesture, never drawing attention, never inviting scrutiny. Beneath that still surface, however, his thoughts had grown increasingly predatory. He had spent years perfecting the art of control, and now he was ready to test how far that control could reach. David Brooks had become central to his plans. By 1971, their relationship was deeply entangled, bound by gifts, secrets, and manipulation. David saw Dean as both a friend and a father figure, someone who offered him freedom from the chaos of his own home. Dean exploited that dependence, slowly turning loyalty into obedience. He showered David with small privileges, money, drinks, a sense of belonging, and then used those same gifts as tools of control. When David began to sense unease, Dean would disarm him with kindness, convincing him that their bond was special, something no one else could understand. Dean's apartments began to shift in tone during this time. They no longer felt like simple homes. They became stages for his private rituals. The music grew louder, the gatherings more secretive. Teenagers continued to drift in and out, drawn by the promise of parties where rules didn't apply. For many of these boys, Dean's home was a refuge from strict parents or troubled streets. He offered them a place to relax, drink, laugh, and feel noticed. It was this illusion of safety that made what followed so unimaginable. One boy who frequented these gatherings introduced Dean to another teenager, Elmer Wayne Henley. Wayne was just 15 when he met the Candy Man, and his life at home was already marked by hardship. His parents struggled financially, and he had dropped out of school to find odd jobs. To Wayne, Dean appeared wealthy, mature, and strangely protective. The man who had once handed out sweets was now handing out opportunities. Money for errands, rides across town, a couch to sleep on. It was an easy relationship to accept, one built on the same pattern Dean had perfected with David. But what Dean saw in Wayne was not just another follower. He saw a tool, a partner in his growing need for control. Over the following months, Dean's manipulation deepened. He began speaking to both boys about his growing hatred for the rules of society, for parents who mistreated their children, for a world that didn't understand them. He painted himself as a savior of sorts, a man who saw beauty in rebellion, who believed they were smarter than everyone else. It was the same tactic used by cult leaders and master manipulators. isolate the young, feed their egos, and bind them with shared secrets. BY 1971. The tone of Dean's gatherings had changed completely. They were no longer light-hearted get-togethers but closed circles of teenage boys who trusted him implicitly. The Candyman persona, the smiling figure of innocence, had now become a mask he could remove at will. In its place was someone colder, more methodical, more driven by compulsion than empathy. Dean began to speak openly, though subtly, about darker fantasies. To David and later Wayne, he hinted at things that seemed unreal at first. Fragments of ideas about dominance, control, and punishment. These conversations were his tests. He wanted to see who would flinch and who would listen. And when they didn't run, he knew he had found his accomplices. His white van became their headquarters, a moving space of secrecy. They drove around Houston Heights, picking up acquaintances and runaways. Boys who had no one to report them missing, no one to ask too many questions. Dean knew which kids were vulnerable. Those living on the streets, those fighting with their parents, those who thought they had found a friend in him. He promised them a ride, a drink, or a safe place to crash for the night. Each of these small acts of kindness chipped away at their defenses. Dean had discovered something sinister about human nature, that trust, once earned, could become a weapon sharper than fear. And he wielded that trust with chilling precision. The boys who entered his orbit were drawn into a world where the boundaries of right and wrong blurred until they no longer recognized danger. Dean's tone never changed. His voice was calm even when his plans grew darker. To his young followers, he seemed like someone in control of every moment, someone incapable of panic or mistake. That quiet confidence made him magnetic and deadly. Meanwhile, to the outside world, Dean's life appeared painfully ordinary. He still worked as an electrician, clocking in on time, finishing every task without complaint. Neighbors saw him carrying groceries, smiling politely, sometimes waving to children on their bikes. There was nothing unusual about him, nothing that hinted at the growing web of manipulation forming behind closed doors. Even his co-workers described him as reliable and decent. The duality was perfect. By day, he was invisible. By night, he became something no one could imagine existed in a place like Houston Heights. As his confidence grew, Dean began to test the loyalty of his young companions in subtle but dangerous ways. He asked small favors, helping him move boxes, watching over his van, keeping secrets from others. Each task was a thread, and soon those threads formed a net that held them both. David and Wayne didn't realize they were being drawn into something that would soon define their lives forever. To them, Dean was still their friend, the man who helped them when no one else did. But to Dean, they had become extensions of his will, pieces on a board he controlled completely. The turning point came one quiet evening in 1971. Dean sat in his dimly lit apartment, the air heavy with cigarette smoke, music playing softly in the background. David and Wayne were there, joking and drinking, unaware that Dean was studying them carefully. He had made his decision. The mask of restraint that had held him back for years was ready to crack. He would no longer be content with fantasies or control alone. He wanted to act. That night marked the moment when Dean Corll crossed a line he could never return from. The Candyman's transformation was complete. The man who had once built a world of sugar and smiles had now constructed something far more dangerous. A factory not of candy, but of deceit, power, and darkness. The trust he had so carefully cultivated was now a tool for destruction. And as the quiet hum of his apartment gave way to the stillness of night, Houston's sweet-faced neighbor had begun the descent into becoming one of America's most terrifying figures. Chapter 4 whispers in the neighborhood the lure of friendship. By 1971, Houston Heights was a patchwork of narrow streets, small homes, and the familiar rhythm of working-class life. Children still played in the alleys after sunset, radios hummed on porches, and neighbors knew one another by name. But beneath that ordinary surface, whispers had begun to stir. Quiet, uncertain murmurs about boys who had gone missing. Most parents dismissed it as coincidence at first. Teenagers ran away all the time, they said. Houston was a growing city, full of restless youth chasing something new. Yet the unease lingered, like a faint echo that wouldn't fade. Dean Corll, however, remained untouched by suspicion. He still smiled when he passed people on the street, still offered rides to the teenagers who waved at him. To everyone, he seemed the same kind, dependable man who had once handed out candy to children in the neighborhood. No one connected him to the disappearances. In fact, few even thought of him at all. That was part of his mastery, his invisibility. Dean knew how to blend into his environment so completely that even those closest to him failed to see what lay beneath the surface. He had grown bolder since the night he decided to act on his darkest impulses. The line between his two lives had thinned until it was nearly transparent. During the day, he was the quiet electrician, moving through homes and offices, fixing lights and wires with meticulous precision. At night, he transformed his apartment into a world of secrecy, one where the rules of morality no longer applied. David Brooks and Elmer Henley were now more than companions. They were tools, extensions of Dean's control, drawn deeper into his confidence with each passing week. Dean's manipulations were almost scientific. He understood the psychology of teenage boys, their hunger for belonging, for validation, for a figure who seemed to understand them. He spoke to them not like an adult but like an equal, a friend who shared their frustrations and dreams. When a boy complained about his parents or school, Dean listened with sympathetic eyes, nodding softly. He knew exactly when to offer comfort and when to offer escape. "If you ever need a place to stay," he'd say gently, "you're always welcome here." Sounded harmless, generous, even. But behind that kindness was a trap so subtle that no one ever saw it until it was too late. By the early months of 1972, the number of disappearances in the area had begun to rise quietly. Boys aged 13 to 17 were vanishing without clear reason. Some were last seen heading to parties, others leaving home after small arguments, promising to return soon. When they didn't, families assumed they had run away, perhaps to California or to the coast. The police, overwhelmed by the city's growing size, often filed reports but rarely investigated deeply. There was no pattern that stood out, no clear suspect, no obvious trail. That's exactly how Dean intended it to be. He was meticulous in his approach, rehearsing every scenario, every lie he might need to tell. He never rushed, never panicked. He understood that in order to continue his secret life, he had to maintain the illusion of normalcy at all costs. His soft-spoken demeanor shielded him from suspicion, while his van and shifting apartments gave him the freedom to operate in silence. He lived like a ghost in plain sight, and no one realized they were already living in the shadow of something monstrous. Dean's charisma was a weapon as sharp as any blade. Even adults who met him described him as polite and trustworthy. Mothers often greeted him kindly when he stopped by to speak with their sons, assuming he was helping them find odd jobs or offering friendly guidance. His past as the Candy Man lent him an unshakable innocence. No one wanted to believe ill of someone who had once been a symbol of kindness. It was this very innocence that allowed him to move undetected while the walls of his hidden world grew tighter. Inside that private world, David and Wayne's loyalty began to show cracks. Both boys felt the weight of what they were involved in but lacked the courage to escape. Dean alternated between affection and intimidation, knowing exactly how to keep them tethered. He reminded them of what they owed him, the gifts, the money, the protection. At other times, he hinted that they were now too deeply involved to walk away. Fear became the glue that bound them to him, disguised beneath layers of twisted loyalty to outsiders. Their relationship seemed harmless. Three young men hanging around, driving through town, joking together. It was the picture of ordinary friendship. But behind those friendly rides and quiet gatherings lay a current of menace invisible to the world. Dean's apartment became the epicenter of this growing darkness, its curtains always drawn, its doors locked. The smell of varnish and cleaning chemicals often lingered in the air, a faint trace of his obsession with order and control. He told his neighbors he worked late, that he liked to keep his space tidy. They nodded politely, never questioning further. What made Dean Corll so terrifying wasn't just what he did. It was how convincingly he pretended not to. He could make anyone feel at ease, make any lie sound believable. He had studied people all his life, learning how to reflect back exactly what they wanted to see. That skill, once used to charm customers in his mother's candy shop, had now become the foundation of something unspeakable. Meanwhile, the community of Houston Heights was changing. Families whispered about the missing boys, but no one dared to connect the dots. Flyers appeared and faded. Police interviews came and went. Each disappearance was treated as an isolated tragedy, never part of a larger pattern. The tragedy of it all was that the clues were right there, scattered in plain view. Boys seen with the same man, the same van, the same polite smile. But no one could imagine that such horror could exist in their midst. Dean thrived on that ignorance. It gave him power, made him feel untouchable. In his mind, he was no longer just an ordinary man. He was the architect of his own world, one built on control, secrecy, and fear. He believed himself smarter than everyone else, invisible even when standing in the open. That illusion of superiority drove him deeper into darkness, feeding his belief that he could act without consequence at night. When the streets of Houston grew quiet, Dean's van would slip through the dark like a phantom. Sometimes he would drive for hours without speaking, David or Wayne sitting silently beside him, the hum of the engine filling the air. He knew exactly where to look. Places where young boys gathered, where loneliness and curiosity made them vulnerable. Each time he found one, he played the same role, the kind stranger offering safety. It always worked. And so the whispers continued. Another boy gone, another family waiting by the phone, another mother scanning crowds in desperate hope. In the heart of Houston Heights, trust itself was becoming a weapon, and Dean Corll, the man once known for sweetness and generosity, had perfected how to use it. The candy man had turned friendship into a trap, and the city still hadn't realized it was already ensnared. The year 1972 crept over Houston like a slow, humid fog. On the surface, life went on as usual. Families barbecued on weekends, teenagers gathered in parking lots with music and laughter, and people waved to neighbors as they passed. But underneath that suburban calm, a quiet fear had begun to take root. Parents who once let their children roam freely now watched the clock when night fell. The missing posters, once rare, were becoming familiar sights on telephone poles and store windows. Each new disappearance brought with it the same hollow explanation. The boy must have run away. But deep down, The city was beginning to sense that something darker was moving through its streets. Dean Corll watched all of this unfold with chilling satisfaction. He understood the psychology of fear, how people preferred easy answers to unsettling truths. Runaways were convenient explanations. They didn't require anyone to ask difficult questions or confront the idea that evil might live among them. It was a silence that protected him more effectively than any disguise. And as that silence grew, so did his confidence. Why now? Dean's partnership with David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley had solidified into something far more dangerous than loyalty. It was dependence. Both boys were trapped in his orbit, bound by fear, guilt, and a distorted sense of allegiance. They had seen enough to know they could never return to ordinary life, and Dean exploited that knowledge mercilessly. To him, they weren't friends or accomplices. They were instruments of his will, extensions of a twisted purpose he never had to fully explain. At first, Wayne had believed he was helping Dean with harmless tasks, driving, running errands, picking up friends. But as time passed, the weight of unease settled over him. The laughter that once filled Dean's apartment now felt forced, nervous. The parties were smaller, the music louder, as if it were meant to drown out something neither of them wanted to acknowledge. Wayne's instincts told him to leave, but Dean's manipulation ran deep. He alternated between fatherly affection and quiet menace, reminding Wayne how much he had done for him, how much he knew. Fear, disguised as gratitude, kept the boy close. David, meanwhile, had grown restless. His loyalty to Dean had been built over years, but even he began to sense the danger of their secret world. He talked of leaving Houston, of starting over somewhere new. Dean dismissed the idea with calm smiles and small gifts, always managing to pull him back in. He was a master of maintaining control, not through open threats, but through emotional dependency. It was as though both boys were caught in a web made of invisible threads, each one spun with careful precision. The disappearances around Houston Heights continued, and still no one connected the dots. The victims came from different backgrounds, some from stable homes, others from troubled ones. Some were reported missing immediately, others were gone for days before anyone realized. There was no pattern that made sense, no clue that led anywhere. The police treated each case individually, never suspecting they were all pieces of a single, horrifying puzzle. And through it all, Dean remained a figure of normalcy. Polite, hardworking, invisible. Inside his apartment, however, that normalcy dissolved completely. The walls, once adorned with posters and soft light, now hid the atmosphere of a place consumed by obsession. Dean's control over every detail was absolute. He planned his actions with methodical precision, ensuring that nothing appeared out of place. The rooms were spotless, the curtains always closed. He was cautious, almost ritualistic, about maintaining order. For him, control was everything. Control over his environment, over his followers, and most disturbingly, over the lives of others. Wayne began noticing changes in Dean's demeanor. The man who once spoke calmly now grew restless when things didn't go his way. His patience was thinning, his paranoia sharpening. He began to suspect everyone, neighbors, co-workers, even his accomplices. There were nights when Dean would pace the apartment silently, lost in thought, the air heavy with tension. Wayne described it years later as feeling like the calm before a storm, an uneasy quiet that made every sound seem louder, every shadow darker in the neighborhood. The unease was growing too. Parents exchanged glances at school meetings, asking quietly if anyone had heard from their son's missing friends. Rumors spread, uncertain and half-whispered. Some claimed there was a man offering rides in a white van. Others said the boys were being lured by promises of parties and easy money. Yet every lead seemed to dissolve into nothing. The community was looking outward, to strangers, to outsiders, never suspecting that the man they passed on the sidewalk every morning was the same one responsible. Dean's confidence in his own invisibility only deepened. He knew people's habits, their routines, their assumptions. He knew how easily kindness could disarm suspicion. He used that understanding like a shield, maintaining his reputation as the gentle, reliable man everyone trusted. In his mind, that trust was not a burden. It was proof of his superiority. He believed himself too clever to be caught, too disciplined to make mistakes. And for a time he was right. But cracks were beginning to form, small and silent, within his circle. Wayne was growing distant, questioning more often. His voice of conscience, though faint, was becoming harder to suppress. He wondered how many boys had disappeared, how many faces would never return. Sometimes he caught himself staring at the newspaper headlines, the missing posters, and feeling a quiet dread settle in his stomach. Dean noticed the hesitation, and it made him nervous. Control was his lifeblood, and any sign of rebellion, even subtle, was intolerable to reassert his dominance. Dean tightened his grip on both boys. He became more demanding, more insistent that they prove their loyalty. He turned small disagreements into tests, silence into punishment. The atmosphere inside his apartment grew colder, as if the walls themselves held their breath. The laughter that had once drawn in neighborhood kids had been replaced by something darker, a stillness that felt unnatural. Outside, the city was beginning to notice the pattern, even if the authorities weren't. The name Houston Heights was starting to appear in too many police reports. Families were forming informal networks, calling one another for news. But still, there was no suspect, no explanation that made sense. The idea that someone they knew, someone ordinary, could be responsible was unthinkable. For Dean Corll, that blindness was his greatest weapon. He had built his life around the simple truth that people see what they want to see. They wanted safety, normalcy, predictability, and that was exactly what he gave them. Even as his actions grew more brazen, his calm exterior remained flawless. He smiled, nodded, and carried on as though nothing had changed. But deep down, something had. The thrill of secrecy was no longer enough. Dean was beginning to crave more, the thrill of power, of control over not just individuals, but over fate itself. And as that craving deepened, the city's silence became his stage. Each day that passed without suspicion, without consequence, convinced him that he was untouchable. Yet beneath that illusion of invincibility, the smallest shifts were beginning to occur. Shifts that would one day unravel everything. Houston Heights was no longer just a neighborhood. It had become a hunting ground hidden in plain sight, and no one had yet realized that the man who smiled so sweetly, who once handed out candy to their children, was the very person they should have feared all along. Chapter 5: The Puppet Strings. David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley. By the spring of 1972, the hidden machinery of Dean Corll's control had become more refined, more deliberate, and far more dangerous. The man who once stood quietly behind a candy counter had transformed into something else entirely. A manipulator whose power no longer came from charm alone, but from psychological mastery. He had built a world of obedience and fear around two boys, David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley, shaping them like clay until they no longer knew where their loyalty ended and his control began. To the outside world, the three of them appeared as nothing more than an odd trio of friends. Just local boys spending time with an older man who always seemed kind, if a bit peculiar. But behind the closed doors of Dean's apartment, the atmosphere had grown heavy with tension, secrecy, and an unspoken awareness that something deeply wrong was taking place. David Brooks was the first and most deeply entangled in Dean's web. Their relationship had begun when David was just a boy, a friendship formed from gifts, attention, and subtle conditioning. Dean had positioned himself as a protector, a confidant, and over time, a master. David was bright but directionless, his home life fractured by neglect. Dean filled that emptiness with attention that felt like love, twisting it slowly into dependence. By the time David was old enough to realize what was happening, he was too far gone. His world revolved around Dean, who rewarded his loyalty with money, praise, and the illusion of belonging. The Candyman's manipulation was so precise that David no longer knew if he was following orders out of fear or out of the need to please. When Elmer Wayne Henley entered the picture, the dynamic shifted. Wayne was different, less trusting, more defiant at first. He had grown up in poverty, learning to fend for himself in a world that had rarely shown him kindness. Dean saw in him a new kind of tool, someone who could be both a recruit and an enforcer. Wayne was strong-willed, and Dean knew that breaking him would require a different approach. Instead of controlling him through affection, Dean offered him purpose. He painted himself as a kind of father figure and mentor, promising Wayne a way to make money, to feel powerful, to be part of something secret and important. It was manipulation disguised as opportunity, and for a boy desperate for direction, it was irresistible. Dean began to cultivate their rivalry as much as their loyalty. He understood that tension between the two would keep them both under his control. David, jealous of Wayne's growing closeness with Dean, tried harder to earn approval. Wayne, sensing David's insecurity, pushed himself further into Dean's favor. The Candyman played them against each other like a puppeteer pulling strings. Every compliment was calculated, every punishment precise. He knew exactly when to offer kindness and when to withdraw it. By turning his two followers into competitors, he ensured that neither of them could truly break free. Their lives became bound to Dean's routines, errands, drives, and late-night gatherings that blurred into secrecy. Dean's apartment was their base, a space that seemed to exist outside of time. The curtains were always drawn, the air thick with cigarette smoke and the low hum of a radio. The furniture was sparse, but every object had its place, a reflection of Dean's obsession with order. To anyone who entered, it felt both ordinary and deeply unsettling, as though something unseen lurked just beyond the walls. Wayne began to sense the true nature of Dean's control, but couldn't find a way to escape it. He rationalized his involvement, convincing himself that he was just helping a friend. Dean fed this illusion, assuring him that everything they did was justified, that the world outside their walls was corrupt and cruel. He portrayed himself as the only one who truly understood them, the only one who offered acceptance without judgment. Slowly, he built a shared identity around secrecy and superiority. In Dean's mind, they were no longer ordinary people. They were chosen, separate from the moral constraints of others. What made Dean so effective was his patience. He never demanded loyalty outright. He cultivated it through subtle, consistent reinforcement. He made his followers feel special, indispensable, and at the same time utterly dependent. The fear he instilled wasn't loud or violent. It was quiet, psychological, like a shadow that followed them everywhere. He had created a reality in which obedience felt like safety and disobedience like danger. Every time they questioned him, he reminded them, gently but firmly, of what they owed him, of what they might lose if they turned away. Houston Heights remained oblivious to the growing darkness in its midst. The police still treated each disappearance as an isolated incident. Families still clung to hope, and the city's rhythm carried on. Dean moved among them unnoticed, a man who seemed incapable of harm. His job as an electrician gave him the perfect cover: mobility, access, and trust. He could appear anywhere, talk to anyone, and vanish again without raising suspicion. His reputation as a polite, dependable worker made him invisible in the best possible way. Inside his circle, however, the tension was reaching a breaking point. David's loyalty, though strong, had begun to erode under the weight of guilt and fear. Wayne, meanwhile, was caught between admiration and resentment. Dean's control over them both was total, but the strain of maintaining it was beginning to show. His moods grew unpredictable, sometimes calm and soft-spoken, other times cold and distant. The smallest mistake could provoke a silent fury that left the boys uneasy for days. It was as if Dean sensed that his world, so carefully constructed, was balancing on a knife's edge. The three of them began to spend more time isolated from the outside world. They avoided friends, family, and anyone who might ask too many questions. Their lives revolved entirely around Dean, his plans, his moods, his rules. Every decision passed through him. For David and Wayne, it was a suffocating existence that felt both inevitable and inescapable. They had been drawn too deep, bound by secrets that would destroy them if revealed. At night, when the city grew quiet, Dean would sometimes talk about destiny, about how some men were meant to live differently, to act outside the rules that bound others. His voice was calm, almost philosophical, as he spoke of power, of control, of taking what one wanted from life without apology. To David and Wayne, these conversations were hypnotic, unsettling yet strangely persuasive. They didn't realize it at the time, but Dean was not just controlling them, he was indoctrinating them. The Candyman's factory of trust had become something far more sinister, a factory of obedience. Every word he spoke, every act of manipulation, pulled the strings tighter. He had turned friendship into dependence, loyalty into silence, and fear into faith. David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley were no longer boys with choices. They were extensions of Dean Corll's will. And the true horror was that they still believed they were acting on their own. The puppeteer had perfected his craft, and Houston's quiet neighborhoods had no idea that his stage was already set for the darkest acts to come. By late 1972, the quiet suburbs of Houston Heights had become a hunting ground disguised as home. Dean Corll's control over David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley had solidified into something that no longer resembled friendship. It was command, manipulation, and psychological domination carefully wrapped in the illusion of trust. The boys had grown used to the strange rhythms of Dean's world, the late-night drives, the whispered plans, the subtle promises that kept them tethered to him. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to form, small fractures in the foundation of obedience that would eventually lead to chaos. Dean's hold on David had begun years earlier, and by now, it had calcified into fear. David knew too much, had seen too much, and understood that there was no simple way out. Dean had conditioned him through a combination of guilt and dependency, often reminding him that they shared secrets that no one else could understand. He would say things like, "You're one of the few people I can trust, David." And those words would land with a weight that was both flattering and suffocating. For a young man without a stable sense of identity, that validation became a chain. David's internal conflict deepened as he began to see that his loyalty had become complicity. But leaving Dean's orbit meant more than just walking away. It meant risking exposure, retaliation, and an unraveling of everything he had come to believe was his world. Wayne Henley's transformation was more complex. At first, he had convinced himself that he was merely helping Dean, earning money, and doing favors that didn't cross any moral boundaries. But slowly, as the veil lifted, he began to sense the true scale of the darkness he was involved in. He would later describe moments of hesitation, times when he felt something deep within him urging him to stop, to question, to walk away. But Dean always knew how to quiet that inner voice. He would offer just the right words to dissolve resistance, often appealing to Wayne's pride and desire for belonging. "You're stronger than most people," Dean would say. "You see things clearly. You're not afraid to face reality." Those words were poison disguised as praise. In those months, Dean's behavior became more unpredictable. He was meticulous and cautious, but there were moments when a strange intensity would flash in his eyes, an impatience that made both David and Wayne uneasy. He spoke more often about control, about how society's rules were illusions meant to keep people weak. He framed his own desires as acts of liberation, convincing himself, and by extension, his followers, that what he did was not evil but necessary. In his mind, he was not a predator but a pioneer of freedom, and the boys he had drawn into his web were his disciples. It was this distorted worldview that allowed him to continue without remorse, to treat the most horrifying acts as part of a higher design only he could comprehend. The apartment on Lamar Drive had become a microcosm of his power. The walls were lined with the faint scent of antiseptic and something metallic, the curtains forever drawn, the air heavy and still. The rooms were cluttered but organized, as though each object had meaning. There was a strange order to the chaos, a reflection of Dean's mind, which thrived on control disguised as normalcy. For David and Wayne, that space became both a sanctuary and a prison. It was the only place where Dean's rules made sense, the only place where the outside world's judgments could not reach them. Yet it was also the place where fear lingered in every corner, a silent presence that neither of them dared to confront aloud. Sometimes, Dean would take them on long drives through Houston at night. The city lights would blur past, the radio low, and Dean's voice calm as he spoke about power, loyalty, and destiny. These drives served a purpose. They reinforced the bond, reminded the boys of their shared secrecy. He would point to ordinary houses, laughing softly as he said things like, "They all think they're safe, but no one really is." The words would hang in the air, chilling and profound in their casual delivery. For the boys, those nights became a strange mixture of thrill and dread, a sense that they were living on the edge of something enormous and terrible. As time passed, Dean began to rely more heavily on Wayne. David had grown increasingly anxious, sometimes pulling away or showing hesitation. Wayne, however, seemed steadier, more willing to follow through on Dean's instructions without question. Dean recognized this and began grooming him for greater involvement. He spoke to Wayne as if he were a partner, giving him responsibilities that made him feel indispensable. It was a deliberate psychological shift. By elevating Wayne, Dean ensured that his obedience would deepen, even as his conscience began to erode. What neither of them realized was that this shift would also set the stage for Dean's eventual downfall. The moral corrosion in both boys did not happen overnight. It was a slow, almost invisible descent. Dean's influence was so pervasive that they began to lose the ability to distinguish right from wrong. He had redefined morality for them, twisting it until cruelty seemed rational and obedience seemed noble. Every boundary they crossed blurred the next one, until their actions no longer shocked them. It was as if they were sleepwalking through a nightmare that felt real only in fragments. Moments of clarity followed by deeper immersion into darkness. When guilt surfaced, Dean was always there to smother it, reminding them that they were too far gone to turn back. Houston, meanwhile, remained unaware. Parents searched, newspapers printed missing persons notices, and rumors circulated, but few suspected a coordinated pattern. The city's sprawl worked in Dean's favor, providing endless anonymity. Teenagers often drifted in and out of neighborhoods, hitchhiking or leaving home without notice, and the police assumed most would return. The failure of the system became part of Dean's confidence. Each time another boy disappeared without consequence, his belief in his own invincibility grew stronger. He moved like a ghost through the city, unnoticed, unchallenged, unstoppable. David Brooks began to unravel under the strain. His quiet demeanor masked a growing sense of dread, a gnawing awareness that their secret could not remain hidden forever. He started drinking more, sleeping less, haunted by flashes of memory he couldn't suppress. Wayne noticed the change, but he too was slipping deeper into Dean's control, unable or unwilling to confront the truth. Their friendship, once simple and innocent, had become a fragile alliance held together by fear. Dean, ever the manipulator, exploited this divide, ensuring they would never unite against him. Each boy believed the other was more loyal, more trusted, and so they remained isolated even in their shared guilt. What none of them could see was how close they were to the edge. Dean's arrogance had grown with each passing month, his need for control morphing into recklessness. He no longer feared exposure, no longer worried about suspicion. He had convinced himself that he was untouchable. But in that certainty lay the seeds of his downfall, because in the quiet of their guilt, both David and Wayne were beginning to see glimpses of the man behind the mask, the manipulator, not the mentor. The Candyman's strings were still tight, but they had begun to fray and the world Dean built. Loyalty was an illusion, control a fragile thing held together by lies. And as the darkness around them deepened, those lies would soon begin to collapse, one by one, under the weight of everything they had done, and everything they could no longer hide. Chapter 6, The Vanishing Boys of Houston Heights. By 1972, the city of Houston was alive with the rhythm of everyday life. Children playing in the streets, parents working long hours, and teenagers wandering from home to home, chasing freedom in a world that still felt safe. The neighborhoods of Houston Heights were particularly close-knit, where families knew one another by name and borrowed sugar or tools over the fence. Yet beneath that friendly surface, a silent terror was taking shape. Boys were disappearing, one by one, without warning or trace. Parents would wake to find empty beds, bikes left in driveways, and unanswered questions that seemed to echo endlessly in the walls of their homes. At first, no one imagined a single hand behind it. The disappearances seemed random, tragic, but explainable. It was Houston in the early 70s, after all. Kids ran away, joined friends on cross-country adventures, or simply got lost in the city's sprawling landscape. That was what people told themselves. That was what the police told them. 2. Dean Corll watched this growing unease with an unsettling calm. To him, the city's confusion was a kind of camouflage. He knew the police viewed missing teenage boys as runaways, especially those from troubled homes. It gave him the freedom to operate in plain sight. He had created a perfect illusion. An ordinary man, polite and unremarkable, known to some as the Candy Man because of the treats he handed out from his family's factory days. No one suspected the smiling electrician with the soft voice. He blended seamlessly into the fabric of the community, all while his apartment became a chamber of horror. For Dean, the ease of invisibility was intoxicating. It gave him power, the kind that came from knowing he could act without consequence. That as the months went on, the list of vanished boys began to grow longer, though few recognized the pattern. The victims came from different corners of Houston, some from middle-class families, others from broken homes. They were connected not by background, but by proximity and trust. Most of them knew David Brooks or Elmer Wayne Henley, who had become Dean's reluctant yet obedient scouts. To outsiders, David and Wayne were just teenagers with friends across town, often seen driving around, hanging out at parties, or walking through the Heights at night. No one realized that their casual invitations to hang out, to go to a party, to meet someone, were part of something far darker. Dean's method was disturbingly methodical. He relied on charm, familiarity, and the boys' trust in one another. He never appeared threatening. Instead, he seemed like the kind of adult who genuinely cared about the local kids, someone willing to offer a beer, a smoke, or a ride home. That was how he disarmed them. He didn't need force at first. He needed compliance. He created situations that made his victims comfortable before the reality set in too late. It was manipulation perfected through patience, a predator who knew that fear was far less effective than deceit. Parents of the missing boys began noticing the same things in the days leading up to each disappearance. A phone call that seemed out of place, a mention of hanging out with David or Wayne, a sense of excitement or secrecy that they couldn't quite place. But when their sons didn't return, the responses from law enforcement were dishearteningly similar. "He'll come back," they would say. Teenagers leave home all the time. It was a dismissive pattern that became almost rehearsed. The police didn't suspect foul play, and the city didn't demand answers, at least not yet. For Dean, this indifference became part of his confidence. He had built his system on layers of deception that made him nearly untouchable. His victims' families were often working class, people who didn't have the resources to demand extensive investigations. The boys were at ages where independence blurred into rebellion. They could be gone for days before anyone sounded an alarm. Every disappearance followed the same grim rhythm. Quiet panic at first, then posters, then silence. And in that silence, Dean thrived. David Brooks, by now, had become deeply conflicted. He had participated in the abductions, driven with Dean, lured boys with promises of parties or easy money. But guilt had begun to consume him. Sometimes he would look at the posters around Houston Heights, the grainy photos of boys he had once known, and feel an ache he couldn't silence. He'd tell himself he had no choice, that Dean would destroy him if he stopped helping. But the truth was harder. He was trapped between fear of Dean and fear of his own conscience. He began drinking more heavily, numbing himself to the reality of what his life had become. Wayne Henley, on the other hand, still clung to the illusion that Dean's world offered him purpose. He believed he was part of something controlled, something rational, even when unease gnawed at him. He had convinced himself that Dean was doing things for reasons beyond his understanding, and that his own role was just to assist, to follow orders, to earn money, to survive. He didn't see yet that his loyalty was becoming a weapon turned inward, one that would soon tear apart the very structure Dean had built. In those months, Houston Heights was filled with whispers. Parents began speaking quietly among themselves about the strange coincidences. The missing boys who had last been seen with the same few names, the same familiar faces. But there was no proof, and Dean's charm disarmed suspicion before it could take root. He was the man who helped fix neighbors' wiring, who waved from his van, who smiled as he passed on the street. It was the mask of normalcy that allowed him to stand at the center of the city's greatest nightmare without anyone realizing it. The candy man had turned his kindness into camouflage. The emotional toll on the families was devastating. Mothers refused to change their sons' rooms, leaving beds untouched, clocks unwound, as if time might stop until they returned. Fathers worked long hours but spent nights driving the streets, searching for faces they knew would never reappear. In the tight-knit community of Houston Heights, grief became a quiet companion. Every missing poster that appeared on a telephone pole was a reminder of what had been lost, and of how little anyone seemed able to do about it. Dean took note of this despair, though not with empathy. He watched it from a distance, coldly fascinated. The sense of control it gave him was intoxicating. Each disappearance reinforced his belief that he was beyond reach, that his intelligence and planning made him superior to the world around him. He saw himself not as a criminal, but as a master of his environment, someone who understood human weakness better than anyone else. He believed that fear could be shaped, that loyalty could be manufactured, that people could be made to obey without ever realizing they had surrendered. And for a time, he was right. But beneath his calculated calm, something darker was beginning to stir. The need for control was no longer enough. He began pushing further, testing limits, and taking risks that once would have seemed reckless. He felt untouchable, but that arrogance would be his undoing. Because while the city slept, and while parents prayed for the return of their sons, the seeds of Dean's downfall were already taking root in the minds of the two boys he had controlled for years. David Brooks was starting to break, and Elmer Wayne Henley was beginning to see the cracks in the illusion and the quiet, airless spaces of Dean Corll's world. Where trust had turned to terror and friendship to obedience, the stage was being set for the unraveling of everything. Houston's streets still seemed ordinary, but beneath their surface, the Candyman's world was beginning to tremble. By the time 1973 crept into Houston Heights, the disappearances had become too numerous to ignore. Entire neighborhoods whispered of missing sons, cousins, and friends, boys who had simply vanished into the night, leaving behind rooms filled with trophies, school books, and the soft hum of radios that no longer played for anyone. Mothers began sleeping on couches near the front door, listening for footsteps that would never come. Fathers grew restless and angry, blaming the police, blaming each other, blaming fate. Yet the city's rhythm carried on as if the missing had simply dissolved into air. Newspapers wrote small, passing stories that vanished as quickly as they appeared. It was a city haunted by ghosts it refused to name. Dean Corll watched it all unfold with chilling detachment. To him, the panic of the families was background noise. Unimportant, distant, almost amusing. He saw the news reports, the worried interviews, the community meetings filled with desperation, and he felt nothing but satisfaction. Each disappearance was a test, a challenge he had outwitted. The city's blindness reassured him that his methods were flawless. He told himself he was in complete control. He still worked his electrical jobs by day, smiled politely at neighbors, and walked the same streets that were now lined with missing posters. The duality of his life thrilled him, the normalcy by daylight, the darkness by night. But within his small circle, that illusion of control was beginning to crack. David Brooks was barely sleeping. His mind, once numb to guilt, had become a battlefield of regret. He could still see the faces of the boys he had helped lure, boys who had trusted him, who had laughed with him just hours before they were never seen again. He started to avoid Dean when he could, making excuses about family or work. He even thought, in fleeting moments, of going to the police. But then fear took hold. Dean knew too much about him. And worse, Dean was unpredictable. A confrontation could be fatal. Wayne Henley, meanwhile, was caught in a storm of contradictions. His loyalty to Dean was wearing thin, eroded by years of unease. Yet he still believed that walking away might destroy him. He convinced himself that Dean needed him, that perhaps if he stayed close, he could keep things under control, keep Dean from going too far. It was a dangerous illusion, one that kept him tethered to the man he should have feared most. Dean sensed Wayne's internal struggle and began to manipulate it, alternating between fatherly affection and icy rebuke. He knew how to break him just as he had done before. But this time, something inside Wayne was resisting. The disappearances became more frequent, almost frantic. Dean's need for control had transformed into compulsion. He no longer waited weeks between victims. Now it was days, sometimes hours. His confidence had become arrogance. He began taking risks, inviting boys who were well known in the community, whose absences could not be ignored. It was as though he wanted to test how far he could go before someone noticed. His cruelty no longer came with caution. It came with hunger. The small, careful operations that had once defined his method now gave way to recklessness. At the same time, the atmosphere in Houston Heights was changing. Parents started forming their own search groups, knocking on doors, comparing notes, mapping out the patterns of the disappearances themselves. They realized something the police had failed to see. The missing boys were connected by social circles, by mutual friends, by geography. They all seemed to orbit around a few familiar names: David Brooks, Wayne Henley, and a man called Dean Corll. The rumors began quietly, whispered between neighbors, but they spread like wildfire. People began to look twice at Dean when he passed on the street. He could sense the shift. The once invisible man was beginning to be seen. This awareness made Dean more volatile. He started moving more often, changing apartments, relocating to avoid suspicion. Yet each move carried with it the same macabre rhythm. David and Wayne followed, both trapped in the orbit of his control, both too entangled to break free. There were moments when Wayne considered running away entirely, but the fear of exposure, of being named an accomplice, kept him still. Dean had convinced him that they shared the same guilt, that they were in it together. It was the perfect lie, one that kept his last remaining ally close even as the walls began to close in. The parents' desperation turned to anger. They gathered at police stations, demanding investigations. They formed volunteer patrols and began watching the streets at night. For the first time, the illusion of safety in Houston Heights was crumbling. Yet even as fear spread, the true horror remained hidden beneath layers of trust and familiarity. No one could imagine that the polite man who once gave candy to neighborhood children could be responsible for such darkness. It was a truth too monstrous to accept. So most didn't. Dean's arrogance fed on that disbelief. He would later brag in private conversations that the police would never catch him, that he was too smart, too cautious. He mocked the city's confusion, often laughing about how parents begged for help that would never come. "They'll keep looking in the wrong places," he told Wayne once, with a cold smirk, "because people like me don't exist in their world." It was that conviction, that complete lack of conscience, that made him so dangerous. But there was another force building quietly in the shadows, an erosion of obedience, a slow rebellion that began not with courage, but with exhaustion. David was breaking down emotionally, and Wayne was beginning to question everything. The weight of their guilt had grown unbearable. There were nights when Wayne would sit awake in silence, staring at the ceiling, hearing echoes of the boys' laughter in his mind. He started drinking, sometimes to dull the noise, sometimes to forget. But the memories never left. They were imprinted on him, unshakable reminders of the cost of his loyalty. Houston itself seemed to mirror that tension. The city's air grew heavy with unease, even as life on the surface continued unchanged. Teenagers still gathered in parking lots, families still hosted barbecues, and the lights of downtown still glowed bright and careless. But underneath, people were afraid. Children were warned not to walk alone, and parents began to look suspiciously at every unfamiliar car that drove past. The illusion of safety had been punctured. The Candyman's legend was growing, though no one yet knew his name. Dean, however, sensed that his time of freedom was drawing to a close. He became more erratic, suspicious of everyone, even of his two accomplices. His temper flared without warning. He began locking doors obsessively, checking windows, pacing at night. The calm confidence that had defined him was gone, replaced by a quiet, simmering paranoia. He had built a world of fear, and now it was consuming him too. The hunter had begun to feel hunted that I end the final months of his reign. The balance of power shifted in ways Dean could never have foreseen. The boys he had controlled for years were beginning to turn against him, not with open defiance, but with small acts of resistance, with thoughts that would eventually grow into action. And somewhere in the heart of Houston, beneath the noise and the neon glow, fate was preparing its reckoning. The Candyman's shadow still stretched across the city, but the first light of truth was already beginning to pierce through. It would come slowly, painfully, and at an unimaginable cost. But for the first time in years, the story of Houston's missing boys was about to find its voice. Chapter 7: Secrets Beneath the Boarded Windows. The year 1973 was supposed to be a new beginning for Houston Heights. The air was warm, the scent of spring drifting through open windows, and for most families, life went on as it always had. But behind the ordinary rhythm of the city, a secret world was festering, one that had been growing in the shadows for years, concealed behind the boarded windows of an unremarkable home. Dean Corll had become a master of invisibility, a man who could vanish in plain sight. His life appeared mundane. A quiet electrician, a man who worked hard, paid rent on time, and kept to himself. But within the confines of his small, cluttered home, he had constructed a fortress of darkness, one designed not to keep intruders out, but to keep secrets in from the outside. Dean's residence was entirely forgettable. The grass grew unevenly, the curtains were always drawn, and the few who passed by rarely saw him during the day. The stillness around the property felt unnatural, almost too quiet, but no one questioned it. People in Houston Heights minded their own business. That was how Dean liked it. He moved between houses every so often, renting rooms or small homes under his own name or through contacts who never asked questions. Each new place followed the same ritual. He would board up windows, reinforce locks, and create spaces that felt more like cages than rooms. Inside, the air was stale, heavy with the scent of cigarettes and disinfectant. Every detail was controlled, every sound muffled, as though the house itself was holding its breath. For David Brooks and Elmer Henley, these rooms had become both familiar and unbearable. They were trapped in a cycle of fear and denial, existing in a world that felt detached from reality. When they walked through the neighborhood during the day, the sunlight felt foreign, almost blinding after the dim confines of Dean's rooms. They no longer knew who they were outside his influence. Every conversation, every glance, carried the weight of unspoken understanding. They shared a secret that could never be said aloud, a secret that bound them closer to Dean than they ever wanted to be. Dean's behavior had shifted dramatically. The patience that once defined his control had eroded into paranoia. He was constantly on edge, pacing through the house at night, mumbling to himself about people watching, about someone figuring things out. He would stop mid-sentence, stare out a window, and pull the curtain shut with trembling fingers. Wayne began to notice that Dean was drinking more, his mood swinging between eerie calm and sudden outbursts of rage. He would snap at the smallest things: an unlocked door, a misplaced tool, a sound from the street outside. The man who once seemed so precise and methodical was unraveling. Wayne, still trapped by loyalty and fear, tried to reason with him. "You're scaring yourself, Dean," he said one night, his voice trembling slightly. "Nobody's watching you." But Dean's reply was cold and distant. "You don't understand, Wayne. They're getting closer. Someone knows." His eyes darted to the window again. There was nothing outside but the still street and the faint hum of distant traffic. Yet Dean saw threats in every shadow. His paranoia was no longer just a symptom of guilt. It was consuming him entirely. David Brooks, meanwhile, had grown quiet and withdrawn. He spent less time at Dean's house, inventing excuses to stay away. He knew the walls were closing in. He could feel the tension in the air, the sense that something catastrophic was coming. But he couldn't bring himself to act. He told himself that staying away was enough, that he could slowly distance himself without consequence. But deep down, he knew that silence was complicity, and that Dean's reach was longer than he wanted to believe. Inside those boarded rooms, Dean continued his rituals of control. He would talk to Wayne for hours about power and destiny, about how the world didn't understand men like them. He described himself as enlightened, someone who had seen beyond the illusions of morality. He painted his crimes as acts of rebellion against a hypocritical society. To Wayne, who was young and already drowning in confusion, these words were both hypnotic and horrifying. He didn't believe Dean entirely, but he couldn't bring himself to confront him either. Dean's voice was persuasive, his reasoning twisted but convincing. It was only later that Wayne would realize how deeply those conversations had eroded his own sense of right and wrong. Outside, Houston Heights was changing. The once closed community was now fractured by suspicion. Parents watched their children with fearful eyes, and teenagers who once roamed freely were now kept indoors. The sense of innocence that had defined the neighborhood was gone, replaced by unease that no one could quite name. Yet Dean remained unnoticed, his house just another quiet corner in a city that was too big to notice every shadow. His facade still held. The candy man still smiled when he had to, still waved at neighbors when they passed, and still appeared harmless to those who didn't look too closely. But within, his empire of silence was beginning to collapse. The boarded windows, once symbols of control, had become symbols of confinement. The very isolation that had kept him hidden was now amplifying his paranoia. He began suspecting even David and Wayne, accusing them of talking to others, of plotting behind his back. His voice, once soft and measured, now carried a sharpness that frightened even his most loyal follower. He would sit in the dim light of the living room, staring into space for hours, whispering about betrayal. Wayne, forced to listen, could only nod, his heart pounding with dread. The man he had once obeyed was slipping into madness. The tension between Dean and his accomplices grew unbearable. Wayne started avoiding eye contact, answering questions with quick nods, trying to predict Dean's moods before they turned violent. He sensed that something had changed irreversibly, that Dean's control was no longer just manipulation, but desperation. One night, when the three of them were together, Dean suddenly accused Wayne of lying to him. "You've been talking to people," he hissed, his voice low but venomous. "You think I don't see it? You think I don't know?" Wayne denied it, stammering, but Dean's glare didn't soften. The moment passed, but the damage was done. The trust between them, if there had ever truly been trust, was broken. Wayne began to think about escape. It wasn't bravery at first, but survival. He knew Dean was dangerous, unpredictable, and that staying might mean his own death. But fear still held him back. Dean's control had been built over years, and breaking free was like trying to step out of a shadow that had swallowed him whole. Still, for the first time, Wayne began to imagine a life beyond Dean's walls. A life where the boarded windows didn't block out the light, and where silence didn't echo with guilt. The Candyman's house stood quiet most nights, but the silence had changed. It was no longer the calm of secrecy, but the heavy stillness that comes before collapse. Dean could feel it too. His empire of fear was trembling, his disciples beginning to slip from his grasp. For years, he had manipulated them through charm, power, and fear. But now the fear had turned inward. He was afraid not of discovery, but of losing control. And for a man like Dean Corll, that fear would soon become fatal. The boarded windows held his secrets, but even walls can't keep darkness contained forever. And as the days crept toward summer, the quiet in Houston Heights was about to shatter in ways no one could have imagined. As the summer of 1973 crept closer, the atmosphere inside Dean Corll's small house grew almost unbearable. The air felt heavy with tension, as if every wall absorbed the unease that filled the rooms. Dean's paranoia had begun to take on a life of its own. He barely slept, often pacing through the house with a loaded pistol at his side, muttering under his breath about people watching him, about the police coming any day now. His eyes, once calm and composed, were wild with sleeplessness. Even Wayne Henley and David Brooks noticed the change. He wasn't the same man they had once followed. He was unraveling piece by piece, trapped inside his own mind and the boarded confines of his private world. The house had always been quiet, but now it was silent in a different way. It was the silence of people too afraid to speak, too afraid to breathe too loudly. Wayne had grown used to the claustrophobic stillness, the smell of cigarette smoke, the muffled hum of the fan, the way every sound from the outside world felt distant, unreal. Yet lately, even he couldn't stand it. Each time he walked through those rooms, the air felt thicker, almost suffocating. He could sense that something was approaching, an end of some kind. He didn't know whether it would come from Dean, from himself, or from something else entirely. David Brooks had started to drift further away. He visited less often, made excuses, and tried to avoid being pulled into Dean's spiraling world. But each time he left, guilt followed him home like a shadow. He couldn't forget what had happened in those rooms, nor could he convince himself that it was behind him. He had nightmares, sometimes of faces he barely remembered, sometimes of the creaking sound of those boarded windows at night. It was as if the house was alive, whispering the truth that none of them dared to say aloud. Dean, sensing Brooks' growing distance, began to turn more toward Wayne. He spoke to him constantly, sometimes rationally, sometimes not. One moment he would reminisce about their early days, the candy factory, the harmless pranks, the laughter. The next, his tone would shift into something darker, accusatory. "You think you can just walk away from me, Wayne?" he'd ask suddenly, his eyes narrowing. After everything I've done for you? There was no safe answer. If Wayne stayed quiet, Dean would take it as defiance. If he tried to reassure him, Dean would accuse him of lying. It was a psychological trap with no way out. Wayne began spending time away from Dean's house, too, seeking out small escapes, driving around aimlessly, sleeping at friends' houses, doing anything to avoid being alone with the man who had once been his protector and had become his greatest fear. Yet each time he tried to distance himself, Dean found a way to pull him back. Sometimes it was through guilt, sometimes through threats, and sometimes, when Dean was calm and gentle again, through a kind of twisted affection. "You're the only one who understands me," he would say, his voice soft and desperate. "Everyone else is against me, but not you, Wayne. You're my friend." Those words would twist inside Wayne's mind, tangling fear with pity, hatred with obligation. Outside, the city was still blind to what was happening. Houston Heights continued its routine. Children played on the sidewalks during the day, though fewer than before. Neighbors exchanged polite greetings without looking too closely at one another. The community was uneasy, but no one had the faintest idea how close they were to the truth. The missing boys were just names on posters now, faces fading on telephone poles, stories half remembered on the evening news. People whispered theories, rumors, and hopes. Some believed the boys had simply run away, that they'd return one day when they were ready. No one suspected that the quiet man in the house with the boarded windows held the answers to every mystery. The psychological hold Dean had over his two young followers was nearing its breaking point. He had always relied on control, emotional, physical, and psychological. But as his paranoia deepened, his ability to maintain that control faltered. The smallest signs of independence from either of them sent him into violent tirades. He began threatening them more openly, his words laced with venom and fear. "If either of you betray me," he'd whisper, his voice low and trembling, "I'll make sure you disappear like the rest. Don't think I won't." It wasn't just a threat anymore. It was a promise from a man who believed his own survival depended on the destruction of everyone around him. Wayne, by now, had grown tired of the fear. He was no longer the easily swayed teenager Dean had manipulated years earlier. He had seen too much, done too much, and lost too much of himself to continue obeying without thought. He began to question, not aloud but in his mind. Why was he still there? Why was he still letting Dean control him? Each time he thought of leaving for good, though, guilt dragged him back. He told himself that if he left, Dean might find someone else, another boy, another victim, and that he'd be to blame. That sense of responsibility became his final chain, keeping him tethered even as he longed to run. The nights grew longer, darker. Dean's behavior became erratic. He would stay up until dawn, drinking, talking to himself, listening to the same records over and over. His words didn't make sense anymore. He talked about the world being out to get him, about friends who had betrayed him years ago, about how the only truth left was inside these walls. Wayne noticed that the man who once took pride in control had now lost it entirely. His life was falling apart, and he was dragging everyone down with him. It was around this time that Dean began to speak openly about starting over. He told Wayne that he wanted to leave Houston, to move somewhere far away, perhaps even out of Texas. He said they could find new people, build a new life, start again where no one knew their names. But there was a chilling finality in his tone, as if this new beginning would require one last act, one final erasure of the past. Wayne didn't know whether to believe him or to fear what that promise really meant. The walls of Dean's house seemed to close in tighter with each passing day. The boarded windows shut out not only light, but the world itself. There were no clocks in the rooms, no sense of time. Days blurred into nights, and nights into uneasy dreams. The silence was broken only by Dean's footsteps or the creak of floorboards as he moved from room to room. For Wayne, every sound was a warning. Every breath felt like a countdown. And then, one humid evening, something inside Wayne snapped. The weight of years, the fear, the guilt, the endless cycle became too heavy to bear. He began to imagine what freedom might feel like. Not metaphorical freedom, but real freedom. A life without Dean, without secrets, without the suffocating silence. That thought was dangerous, but it was also the first spark of courage he'd felt in years. It flickered quietly at first, buried beneath years of fear. But it was there. He didn't know yet that the end was near, that the final confrontation was already written in fate. But something had shifted inside him. The same boy who had once followed orders without question was beginning to think for himself again. Dean sensed it too. He could feel the control slipping away, and it terrified him. For a man who had spent his life manipulating others, losing control meant losing everything. The boarded windows still hid the truth from the world, but inside, the balance of power was beginning to turn. The Candyman's empire of fear was rotting from within, and the cracks in his control were widening fast. In a few short months, the silence that had protected him for years would be shattered forever, and the name Dean Corll would become one of the darkest echoes in American crime history. Chapter 8: The House on Lamar Drive, a Suburban Silence. In the quiet suburban sprawl of Houston, Texas, the house on Lamar Drive appeared as ordinary as any other. A single-story structure with faded white paint, trimmed hedges, and a small patch of lawn that hadn't been properly mowed in months. To passing neighbors, it was just another rental home. One of dozens that dotted the street, filled with young tenants or small families trying to make a living. Yet within its unassuming walls, the story of Dean Corll was entering its final and most volatile chapter. The calm exterior masked a pressure building to its breaking point. For years, Dean had lived behind facades of kindness, of patience, of harmlessness. But inside Lamar Drive, there was no need for masks anymore. Only the silence of obsession remained. By early 1973, this house had become his last fortress. He had moved there after a string of short-term rentals, each location serving the same dark purpose until paranoia forced him to abandon it. This time, he told himself, it would be different. The house sat slightly apart from its neighbors, and the street was quiet most nights. Dean liked that. He said the isolation made him feel safe. But to those who knew him, especially Wayne Henley, the isolation wasn't security. It was a warning. Something about Lamar Drive felt final, as if Dean had chosen it not to start over, but to finish something. Wayne had grown weary of the constant tension. Each time he entered the house, his stomach turned at the familiar smells, the sharp tang of cigarettes, the faint metallic odor that never quite left the air. The blinds were always shut tight, the windows sealed with boards or thick curtains. Even in daylight, the interior remained dim, filled with the hum of an air conditioner and the low crackle of a radio that Dean kept on constantly. "It keeps the silence away," Dean had said once, but Wayne knew better. The noise wasn't to keep silence out. It was to keep his thoughts from growing too loud. Dean's mental state continued to fracture. He barely left the house except for occasional errands. His appearance had grown disheveled. Unkempt hair, clothes that hung loosely on his frame, eyes sunken from lack of sleep. Yet even in his decline, there was still an unsettling control in his demeanor. He could go from soft-spoken to furious in seconds, his voice cutting through the air with unpredictable venom. Wayne had seen enough to know that Dean's calmest moments were the most dangerous. They were the moments when something inside him was calculating, watching, waiting. One evening in early August, Dean invited Wayne over with the promise of talking things through. He said he wanted to mend the distance that had grown between them. Wayne hesitated but agreed. Part of him still clung to the hope that the situation could somehow return to what it once was, that he could find a way out without confrontation. When he arrived, Dean greeted him with an unsettling warmth, offering him a drink and a seat. The atmosphere felt wrong from the start. The lights were dim, and the air inside was suffocatingly still. Wayne could feel the tension, invisible but unmistakable, pressing in from all sides as they talked. Dean's tone fluctuated wildly. One moment nostalgic, the next accusatory. He spoke of loyalty, of betrayal, of how he had done everything for Wayne and David. Then, just as suddenly, his expression softened again. "You're like a son to me," he said quietly, placing a hand on Wayne's shoulder. The words sent a chill through Wayne. He didn't know whether to believe them or to fear what they meant. For Dean, affection and control had always been two sides of the same coin. And that night, both were at their most dangerous. The conversation shifted when David Brooks arrived unexpectedly. The sight of him seemed to agitate Dean further. For a brief moment, the three stood in the living room in uneasy silence, the air thick with tension. Dean's eyes darted between them, his jaw tight. "You two think you're smarter than me," he muttered, pacing slowly. "You think I don't know what's going on?" Neither Wayne nor David responded. They knew better. Dean's paranoia was unpredictable, and words often became sparks in a room filled with gasoline. To calm him, Wayne tried changing the subject, asking if they should grab food or step outside for some air. But Dean's face darkened. "No," he said sharply. "We're staying here. We're going to talk." His voice carried the weight of command, and though neither of the younger men wanted to stay, they did. Dean poured himself another drink, his hands trembling slightly as he set the glass down. For a long time, none of them spoke. The only sound was the slow, rhythmic ticking of a clock on the wall, each second stretching into an eternity. It was during these silences that Wayne's thoughts began to turn inward. He couldn't stop thinking about the families who never found their sons, about the faces that haunted his memory. He didn't need to see them to know they were there. Every hallway, every closed door in Dean's homes felt like a graveyard. The guilt was suffocating. It pressed against his chest like a physical weight, making it hard to breathe. He wanted to speak, to tell Dean that it was over, that they couldn't keep living like this. But the fear was stronger. Each time he opened his mouth, no words came out. Dean, meanwhile, was lost in his own storm of paranoia. He believed that Wayne and David were plotting against him, that they were planning to expose him. He would glance at them suddenly, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "If you ever cross me," he said at one point, his voice low and venomous, "I'll take you both down with me." The words hung in the air like poison. Wayne didn't answer. David stared at the floor. Neither dared to breathe too loudly. That night stretched endlessly, the hours dissolving into a haze of alcohol, tension, and silence. Every moment felt fragile, like a glass about to shatter. At some point, Dean switched off the radio and stood still in the darkened room. "You know," he said quietly, "I used to think you boys were loyal. I thought you understood me." His voice cracked, and for a fleeting moment, Wayne saw something almost human in his expression. Something broken, lonely, desperate. But then it vanished, replaced by cold rage. "You don't understand anything," Dean snapped. "You never did." Wayne's pulse quickened. He knew then that Dean was past saving. Whatever sanity he once had was gone. This wasn't just paranoia anymore. It was the madness of a man whose world was collapsing. Wayne's thoughts raced. He needed to leave. He needed to get out before Dean's temper turned physical. But leaving wasn't easy. Dean watched every move, every gesture. When Wayne stood up to grab a drink from the counter, Dean's eyes followed him like a predator watching prey. Outside, the neighborhood was completely still. Not a single light flickered from the nearby houses. The air was thick and heavy with humidity, and the faint chirping of insects was the only sound that broke the quiet. Inside Lamar Drive, time seemed frozen, waiting for something to happen. Something inevitable. Wayne could feel it too, somewhere deep in his gut. He knew that this night wasn't like the others. There was a sense of finality in the air, a tension that could only end one way. He looked at Dean across the dimly lit room, at the man who had once seemed invincible, and realized that he was no longer afraid in the same way. The fear was still there, but now it was mixed with something else. Anger, exhaustion, the faint spark of defiance. He didn't yet know what that spark would lead to, but it was there, burning quietly in the darkness. The night that would end Dean Corll's reign began like countless others. Humid, heavy, and unsettlingly still. The air outside hung thick over Houston Heights, the kind of air that made every sound seem muffled, every breath feel slower. Inside the small house on Lamar Drive, a single light glowed faintly through the cracks in the curtains. The world outside was asleep, unaware that within those four walls, history was about to turn. For years, Dean Corll had ruled through fear and control, his every word a thread in a web of silence that had trapped two young men, David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley. But that night, one of those threads would finally snap. Wayne had arrived that evening without suspecting what was coming. He had grown used to Dean's erratic moods, his unpredictable shifts between anger and calm. But the tension was thicker than usual, the kind that pressed against the chest and whispered that something was wrong. Dean had been drinking for hours before Wayne arrived, the smell of liquor mixing with cigarette smoke. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice sharp and uneven. "You've been avoiding me," he said when Wayne walked in. It wasn't a question. It was an accusation. Wayne tried to laugh it off, saying he'd just been busy, but Dean's expression didn't soften. He just nodded slowly, that faint, chilling smile twitching at the corner of his lips. For a while, the conversation was almost civil. Dean poured drinks, turned on the radio, and pretended to reminisce about old times. But under that thin layer of nostalgia was something darker, an undercurrent of menace that never quite disappeared. The talk drifted from memories to loyalty, to the promises Wayne had made, the trust that Dean claimed was broken. Wayne sat still, nodding at the right moments, careful with every word. He had learned over the years how to read Dean's tone, how to avoid setting him off. But tonight, the balance felt different. Dean's paranoia had reached a fever pitch. There was no safe response anymore. When David Brooks arrived later that night, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Dean's suspicion flared immediately. He paced the room, muttering that the two had been talking about him behind his back, that they were planning something. "I know what you're doing," he hissed, pointing a trembling finger at them. "You think you can outsmart me, but I'm always one step ahead." The words didn't make sense, but the fury in his voice was real. David tried to calm him, speaking softly, saying that no one was plotting anything, that everything was fine. But Dean wasn't listening. His paranoia had consumed him entirely. To defuse the situation, Wayne tried changing the subject, suggesting they go out to get food or listen to music somewhere else. But Dean refused. "No one's leaving," he said firmly, locking the door behind them. The sound of the bolt sliding into place sent a chill through Wayne. He realized then that this night might not end like the others. He could see something dangerous in Dean's eyes, a look he had seen before, but never this strong. It was the look of a man who had crossed the point of no return. Hours passed in uneasy silence. Dean kept drinking, pacing, ranting about betrayal and loyalty. Wayne's heart pounded each time Dean's voice rose. He was trapped, cornered between fear and the faint flicker of survival instinct. At some point, another young man, a friend of Wayne's named Tim Curley, stopped by the house unexpectedly. Dean's mood shifted again, a dark amusement glinting in his eyes. He welcomed the visitor in, offered him a drink, and started talking as though nothing was wrong. Wayne, however, could see the tension in Dean's posture, the way his hand never strayed far from the small pistol on the table beside him. The hours dragged on until the house fell into uneasy quiet. The radio crackled softly, filling the silence with static and faint music. Wayne sat frozen, watching Dean from the corner of his eye. He could feel the weight of years pressing down on him. All the fear, all the guilt, all the nights spent trapped in this man's orbit. And then, without warning, Dean's voice broke through the silence. "You think you can leave me," he said, his tone flat and almost calm. "But you can't. None of you can." His gaze fixed on Wayne, sharp and cold. "You belong to me." Something inside Wayne snapped. It wasn't dramatic or loud. It was quiet, almost imperceptible, like the sound of a rope breaking under too much strain. He felt the fear inside him collapse, replaced by something else entirely. Exhaustion, anger, clarity. For the first time in years, he saw Dean for what he truly was. Not a god, not a protector, not even a man in control, but a frightened monster clinging to power through terror. The spell that had held him for so long was breaking. But before Wayne could react, Dean's behavior turned violent. He ordered Wayne and Tim to strip, shouting about betrayal, about teaching them a lesson. Panic surged through the room. David Brooks, terrified, froze where he stood, while Wayne tried to talk him down. "Dean, stop. You don't want to do this." But Dean's voice rose to a scream. "You don't tell me what I want." He lunged forward, his face twisted with rage, grabbing Wayne by the arm. That moment, raw, sudden, and desperate, ignited everything that had been building for years, and the chaos that followed. Wayne fought back. It wasn't planned. It was instinct. The fear that had controlled him for so long exploded into defiance. The struggle was frantic, messy, and loud. Furniture crashing, shouts echoing through the small house. Somewhere in the struggle, Wayne's hand found the pistol. The room went still for a moment, just the sound of heavy breathing and the faint crackle of the radio. Dean stared at him, eyes wide, realization dawning too late. "Wayne," he said quietly, almost pleading now. "You don't want to do that." But Wayne did. He wasn't the frightened boy Dean had met years ago. He was a young man drowning in guilt, anger, and the unbearable weight of everything Dean had done. In a single, irreversible moment, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot shattered the silence of Lamar Drive. The echo rang through the still night, cutting through the heavy air like a scream that had been held in for years. Dean staggered back, eyes wide, a look of disbelief frozen on his face before he fell. For a long time, no one moved. The house was suddenly silent again, but it wasn't the silence of control. It was the silence of something ending. Wayne stood still, the gun trembling in his hands, his breath ragged. David and Tim stared in stunned silence, unable to process what had just happened. The man who had ruled through fear for years, the candy man, the manipulator, the unseen monster of Houston Heights, was gone. Wayne didn't run. He didn't hide. He sat down slowly, the adrenaline fading, leaving behind a strange calm. In the distance, a dog barked. The world outside continued as if nothing had changed, unaware that one of the darkest chapters in Houston's history had just come to an end inside a small, unremarkable house. For years, the city had been haunted by disappearances, by unanswered questions, by the silence of boarded windows. That silence had finally been broken. Not by the police, not by investigation, but by one of Dean's own disciples finding the courage to end the nightmare as dawn began to rise over Houston Heights. The light filtered faintly through the cracks in the curtains of Lamar Drive. The boards that had kept the world out for so long could no longer contain the truth within. The reign of the Candy Man was over, but the darkness he had left behind was only beginning to surface. Chapter 9, The Summer That Never Ended, 1971 to 1973. The morning after Dean Corll's death began quietly, almost eerily so. The rising sun crept through the blinds of the Lamar Drive house, falling across the still body on the floor. The smell of gunpowder hung faintly in the air, mixing with the thick scent of cigarettes, sweat, and something that had lingered far longer. The odor of fear and death that had seeped into the walls over the years. Elmer Wayne Henley sat motionless, staring at the gun in his hand, his mind a blur of disbelief and clarity. He had killed the man he once saw as a savior, the man who had controlled his life for years. He didn't yet know that what he had done would unravel one of the most horrifying stories in American history. When the police arrived, they expected to find a simple domestic dispute, maybe a drunken fight gone wrong. But the scene didn't add up. The boy who called them, trembling, pale, barely holding himself together, wasn't behaving like a murderer trying to cover his tracks. Instead, he seemed desperate, broken, like someone who had carried too much for too long. "I had to do it," he said over and over. "He was going to kill us." Officers tried to calm him, but his eyes kept darting toward Dean's lifeless body, as if he still couldn't believe it was over first. It was just another killing in a city that had grown used to strange crimes. Houston in the early 1970s was rough around the edges, industrial, sprawling, and full of transient workers and runaway teens. Disappearances were common, especially among the city's youth. Teenagers who vanished were often dismissed as runaways, kids who drifted off to find a new life elsewhere. Few questioned it deeply. Parents filed reports, police shrugged, and the city kept moving. No one suspected that for 3 long years, a man at the center of a quiet suburban neighborhood had been building what would later be called the largest known serial murder case in American history. That morning, Wayne's confession started in fragments. The officers thought he was rambling, talking about bodies, about friends, about things that didn't make sense. "There's more," he said softly. "You'll find them. You'll find them where he told us to put them." The words sent a chill through the room. At first, they assumed it was shock or guilt talking, but as he continued, the details became too precise, too horrifying to ignore. He spoke about plastic sheets, lime, handcuffs, and boards with holes drilled in them. He mentioned a boat shed, a place on Silver Bell Street, and something buried there. Something too terrible to say out loud. By the time he was taken to the police station, the story had started to spill out in full. For hours, Wayne talked, not with pride but with exhaustion. It was as if a dam had burst. Years of silence, guilt, and fear poured out of him. He told them about Dean's strange rules, the way he'd lure boys in with candy, money, or a place to stay. He told them how Dean always had a calm voice, how he could make anyone trust him, how he'd offer comfort to kids who had nowhere else to go. But then the tone would shift. Once they were inside, Wayne said quietly, "They didn't leave." The detectives listened, disbelieving. It sounded impossible, too monstrous to be real. Yet, Wayne's voice never wavered. He gave names, dates, and locations. He spoke about another boy, David Brooks, who had helped Dean in the early days. He even described how Dean would store the bodies, how he'd wrap them carefully, how he'd always make sure they were buried deep. It wasn't random. It was methodical, planned, ritualistic. By mid-afternoon, officers had decided to follow up on Wayne's claim about the boat shed. It was a small, rented storage unit in southwest Houston, the kind of place where someone might keep tools or supplies. Nothing about it looked sinister, but when they pried open the door, the first wave of stench hit them like a physical force. It was unmistakable, the thick, rotting scent of death. For a moment, no one moved. Then one officer stepped forward, flashlight trembling in his hand. He saw the outline of plastic sheeting, the edges of something buried in the packed earth floor. The digging began cautiously at first, but soon turned frantic. Within minutes, the shovel struck something soft. What they unearthed changed Houston forever. The first body was that of a boy, his face almost unrecognizable, his wrists still bound. The officers stopped, stunned into silence. But Wayne, standing nearby in handcuffs, just lowered his head. "There's more," he said quietly. And there was. The digging continued for hours. One after another, they found more remains, boys of similar age, all buried with the same care, all showing the same grim signs of what had been done to them. The shed that had once held tools and wires had become a tomb for dozens. News spread fast. By the end of the day, the story was breaking across Houston and the nation. Reporters swarmed the police station, desperate for details. Parents began calling, terrified that their missing sons might be among the victims. The city's illusion of safety cracked overnight. For years, Houston's missing boys had been dismissed as delinquents or wanderers. Now the horrifying truth began to emerge. They hadn't run away. They had been taken. In the following days, more bodies were discovered, not just at the boat shed, but at other sites Wayne mentioned. One was near Lake Sam Rayburn, another near High Island. The grim excavation became a national spectacle, each discovery a fresh wound for a city that couldn't comprehend what had happened within its own neighborhoods. Detectives and volunteers worked through the summer heat, their faces grim and pale as the body count rose. Each one told a silent story, a boy with dreams, a family that had searched for years, and a system that had looked the other way. Through it all, Wayne kept talking. He seemed both haunted and relieved. He didn't deny his role, but he spoke often of how Dean had manipulated them both, how he had used affection, threats, and gifts to control their minds. He described how Dean would promise money or friendship to lure them in, and how his calm voice could turn into rage without warning. "He was different when it happened," Wayne said quietly. "He was someone else." The police, for their part, struggled to comprehend the scale of what they were uncovering. The numbers kept growing, first 10, then 15, then 20, and beyond. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. Detectives who had worked homicide for decades said nothing prepared them for the sight of boys lined in rows under the Texas soil. The newspapers began calling it the Houston mass murders, a phrase that quickly became synonymous with horror. But one name stood out among all others: the Candyman, the quiet, friendly neighbor who had given sweets to local kids and worked at a candy factory. The man no one thought capable of such evil. As the evidence piled up, it became clear that Dean Corll's crimes weren't the work of madness alone. They were the product of manipulation, opportunity, and a community's blind trust. He had chosen his victims carefully. Boys who were alone, unloved, or forgotten. He had chosen his accomplices just as carefully. Young men who were desperate for approval, loyalty, or belonging. He had built an empire of silence, sustained by fear and secrets, hidden behind the facade of a normal suburban life. By late summer, the digging was over, but the nightmare wasn't. In total, 27 bodies were recovered, all young boys, some never identified. The number made Corll the most prolific serial killer in American history at that time. Yet the true horror lay not just in the deaths, but in how easily it had gone unnoticed. The days that followed the discovery at the boat shed were suffocating. The Houston summer pressed down with its brutal humidity, but even the heat couldn't mask the chill that spread across the city. Everywhere, people whispered about the Candyman. Newspapers printed the grisly details in bold headlines. Radio hosts spoke in shaken tones, and parents held their children a little tighter. Houston had always been a sprawling, restless city, but suddenly, it felt like a graveyard. Inside the police headquarters, detectives were overwhelmed. What had started as a single shooting had spiraled into the largest murder investigation the city had ever seen. Officers who had come to the scene expecting one dead man now found themselves staring at dozens of victims, each one buried in shallow, hasty graves, each one telling a story of betrayal and suffering. The evidence was overwhelming. Plastic sheets, ropes, boards drilled with restraints, and a collection of photographs that hinted at horrors too great to describe. Elmer Wayne Henley, exhausted from days of questioning, spoke without resistance. His words came out slow, almost dreamlike, as if he was narrating someone else's life. He described the nights when Dean Corll would drive through Houston Heights, offering rides to boys walking home. He explained how Dean promised them beer, marijuana, or a place to crash, harmless invitations that led to rooms of no return. He was calm, Wayne said more than once. He never shouted until it was too late. He talked to them like a friend. Then it'd change. Wayne's recollections painted Dean Corll as a man of terrifying control, someone who could smile while planning the unthinkable, who could turn affection into a weapon. He told police that Dean didn't just kill. He planned everything. He recorded details in a small notebook, kept trophies, and sometimes returned to burial sites to make sure no one had disturbed them. Wayne said Dean often used the same phrases, calling the boys his playthings or his friends. It was as if he couldn't see them as real people, only objects that filled his loneliness and rage. The detectives were stunned not only by the brutality but by the precision. The crimes weren't chaotic or impulsive. They were ritualized, rehearsed acts repeated dozens of times. Each victim followed the same pattern: a lure, a false sense of safety, then the inevitable descent into terror. In every confession, Wayne mentioned the same name: David Owen Brooks, the first boy Dean had manipulated into helping him. Brooks, frightened and guilt-ridden, was soon brought in. His testimony confirmed much of what Wayne had said, though he often cried and hesitated, describing Dean as both the best friend he'd ever had and the worst person he could imagine. The police began assembling the timeline. Between 1970 and 1973, dozens of teenage boys had disappeared from the Houston Heights area. Many had been reported missing by desperate families who said police dismissed their cases as runaways. In hindsight, the pattern was obvious. Most of the missing boys knew one another, attended the same schools, hung out at the same convenience stores, and had crossed paths with Corll or his young accomplices. But at the time, Houston was booming, and the transient population made it easy for authorities to assume kids simply moved on. Reporters descended on the scene, broadcasting the details in grim fascination. The words "Houston mass murders" became a national headline. Cameras showed police digging under the relentless Texas sun, their faces grim as they unearthed body after body. Family members waited behind yellow tape, hoping and fearing in equal measure. Every day, new remains were found, wrapped in plastic, some with identifying clothes or personal items still intact. It was said that detectives stopped counting after 20. They were too numb to keep track. Meanwhile, the community around Lamar Drive struggled to comprehend how such evil had hidden in plain sight. Neighbors recalled Dean as polite, quiet, and courteous. A man who sometimes fixed their radios or gave candy to local kids. He had lived alone, never causing trouble, always with a faint, harmless smile. One neighbor said she used to hear laughter from his house late at night, assuming it was just boys hanging out, unaware it was the laughter of those who would never leave. The horror deepened as the press began publishing the names of the identified victims. Parents who had clung to hope for years finally received confirmation, not of survival, but of the worst truth imaginable. The grief rippled through Houston like an endless wave. Funerals filled the weeks that followed, sometimes 2 or 3 in a single day. The city, once noisy and restless, seemed to move in slow motion, haunted by the knowledge that for 3 years, its children had been disappearing beneath its own feet. Psychologists and criminologists from across the country descended on Houston to study the case. They called Corll's crimes unprecedented, not just for their scale but for their psychological depth. Here was a man who had manipulated 2 teenage boys into becoming his partners, turning victims into accomplices. It was a twisted echo of control, the kind that blurred morality and fear. Wayne and Brooks weren't innocent, but neither were they free. They were bound by guilt, fear, and dependence, trapped in Dean's orbit, like moths drawn to a dying flame. When asked why he finally turned on Dean, Wayne's answer was simple, almost heartbreaking. "He was going to kill us," he said quietly, "and I couldn't let him anymore. Not me. Not anyone." The words lingered with investigators. For years, Wayne had helped bring victims to Dean. He had participated in acts that would haunt him forever. But in that final, desperate moment, something inside him had rebelled, something human that refused to die. The public, however, didn't see nuance. They saw monsters, not victims. Headlines branded Wayne and Brooks as accomplices to evil. Some called for their execution, others for their psychological study. But amid the outrage, a deeper question began to form. How had this gone unnoticed for so long? How had a man built a torture house in the middle of a neighborhood, lured dozens of boys, and escaped suspicion year after year? Investigations revealed systemic failure. Missing persons cases had been poorly followed up. Families were dismissed as overreacting. Police often assumed the boys were delinquents. It wasn't just Dean's cunning that enabled his crimes. It was a system too overwhelmed and indifferent to notice the pattern. In the heart of a growing city, indifference had given evil room to breathe, and the months that followed, the story grew beyond Houston. It became a symbol of neglected youth, the dangers of trust, and the hidden darkness behind ordinary lives. Books and documentaries would later call Dean Corll a soulless predator. But those who lived through it knew he was something quieter, something far more terrifying. The man next door, the friendly face that smiled at your child before they vanished. When the final body was exhumed in August 1973, the total count stood at 27 confirmed victims. The police believed there could be more, perhaps buried in unmarked fields or remote woods. Dean Corll was dead, his secrets silenced with him. But the scars he left behind would remain for generations. Scars not just in the families who lost their sons, but in the city that learned how easily horror can wear the mask of normalcy. Chapter 10: Confessions in the Spotlight, the Trials of Henley and Brooks. By the time the first trial began in 1974, the name Dean Corll had already become legend, a whispered horror in Houston streets, a symbol of everything monstrous that could hide behind a polite smile. Yet the man himself was gone, lying silent in a grave while two of his teenage accomplices were left to face the living judgment of the world. The courtrooms that would soon hold Elmer Wayne Henley and David Owen Brooks weren't just places of law. They became theaters of reckoning, filled with grief, confusion, and anger that had simmered for years. Reporters camped outside the courthouse. Sketch artists filled every bench, and family members of the victims sat shoulder to shoulder, clutching photos of their sons. Some had waited for justice since the early 70s, when their children had first disappeared into Houston's night. Others came simply to look into the eyes of the boys who had helped Dean Corll, to understand why they hadn't run, why they hadn't told someone, why, after all those years of silence, they were still alive when so many others were not. Elmer Wayne Henley was only 18 when he first walked into the courtroom. He looked small, almost boyish, his hair neatly combed, his suit too large for his frame. But his eyes, hollow and distant, seemed older, worn by memories that no teenager should have carried. The courtroom murmured as he entered. To the public, he was a paradox, both murderer and hero, the boy who had killed a killer, yet had once delivered victims to him. To some, that act of rebellion had redeemed him. To others, it changed nothing. The dead were still dead. The trial began with his confession, a chillingly detailed, unflinching recount of everything that had happened inside those suburban walls. The prosecution played recordings of Henley's police interviews, where his voice, calm and broken, walked detectives through 3 years of horror. He spoke of the first boy he helped lure, of the promises of money and friendship, and of how Dean had praised him afterward, saying he was part of the family now. That phrase became infamous. The twisted family of the Candy Man.S. The jury listened. Many fought tears. Some members of the audience wept openly. The words were too vivid, too human, too unimaginable. Henley described the board Dean built, a flat wooden plank with handcuffs drilled in, ropes tied to the ends, and hooks for restraints. He spoke about the boys who trusted him, how he had convinced them to come, how they'd laughed and talked as though nothing was wrong. Then, in the courtroom silence, he explained how Dean's voice would change, soft, commanding, hypnotic. He had this way of talking, Henley said, like you couldn't say no. The prosecution framed Henley as a willing accomplice, someone who had not only participated but had grown to enjoy the control and power Dean offered. They described him as manipulative, cold, and dangerous. He could have stopped, the prosecutor argued. He could have gone to the police, but instead, he brought more boys to their deaths. The families nodded through their tears. For them, Henley was not a victim. He was part of the machine that had destroyed their sons. But the defense painted a very different picture, that of a boy trapped in the orbit of a master manipulator, groomed and broken by years of fear. They called psychiatrists who testified that Dean Corll's control was total, that his charm and quiet violence could twist the mind of anyone young and vulnerable enough to believe his lies. Dean was the spider, one expert said, and Henley was caught in his web. Throughout the trial, Henley sat mostly still. Occasionally, his composure cracked, especially when photographs were shown. Images of the boat shed, the victims' clothes, the shallow graves. Each picture was a ghost made visible, a reminder of lives cut short. At one point, during testimony from a victim's parent, Henley lowered his head and cried quietly, his hands trembling in his lap. But when asked on the stand whether he thought he deserved forgiveness, his answer was almost inaudible. "I don't think I can ask for that," he said. "I don't think I'll ever deserve it." The jury deliberated for only a few hours before returning their verdict. Guilty of 6 murders. They sentenced him to 6 consecutive life terms, a total that effectively guaranteed he would never leave prison. As the verdict was read, a quiet gasp rippled through the courtroom. Some parents hugged one another. Others just sat still, staring ahead, as if the weight of it all couldn't truly settle. For them, justice had been served, but it could never be enough. No sentence could bring their sons home. David Owen Brooks's trial came soon after. Unlike Henley, Brooks was quiet to the point of invisibility. He rarely looked up, spoke softly, and seemed perpetually lost in his own mind. He didn't deny his part, but he claimed he had been too frightened of Dean to stop him. He said, "If I ever told anyone, I'd end up like the others," Brooks said during testimony. And I believed him. His lawyer described him as a boy corrupted by fear and dependence, a child who'd been offered friendship by an older man and twisted into silence by it. But the prosecution countered that Brooks had participated willingly. He had been the first to help Dean find victims. He had watched, helped bury, and chosen not to leave. He didn't just follow orders, the prosecutor thundered. He knew, and he stayed. Like Henley, Brooks was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. Yet outside the courtroom, the conversation was less about punishment and more about what these trials revealed: the anatomy of control, the psychology of obedience, and the invisible chains that bind victims to their abusers. Reporters described the case as a study in evil disguised as love. Corll had built an entire world where loyalty was a weapon, and where fear was mistaken for friendship. Over time, public opinion toward Henley shifted. Some began to see him less as a killer and more as a tragic figure, a boy who had lived too long in the shadow of a monster. Journalists wrote that his act of killing Dean was both murder and liberation. The irony was cruel. The only way he could escape the Candyman's grasp was to destroy him. In prison interviews, Henley spoke calmly about his past, never excusing it, but often trying to explain the power Dean held over him. "He could talk you into anything," he said in one interview years later. "He'd make you feel special, like you were the only one he could trust. And by the time you realized what he really was, it was too late." The trials did more than convict 2 young men. They exposed the cracks in Houston's world. They revealed a city where missing children went unnoticed, where poverty and neglect made boys easy prey. Sociologists later wrote that Dean Corll's story was as much about societal blindness as it was about individual evil. It forced America to ask difficult questions. How could so many vanish without anyone connecting the dots? How does someone become both victim and villain? And could it happen again? By the late 1970s, Henley had become a strange figure in Texas folklore. Feared, pitted, and endlessly discussed. He painted in prison, often strange, surreal scenes of faces and shadows. His artwork would later appear in exhibitions under controversial circumstances, reigniting public outrage each time. Brooks, quieter and more withdrawn, rarely spoke of the past again. Yet, in the dusty archives of Houston's police department, the case files of the Candy Man remained thick with unanswered questions. There were victims never identified, timelines never confirmed, and hints of more graves that had yet to be found. As the years rolled into the late 1970s and beyond, the echoes of the Houston mass murders refused to fade. The trials had ended, the sentences had been passed, and Dean Corll's name had become synonymous with pure evil, the kind of darkness people used to frighten themselves into checking locked doors at night. Yet beneath the headlines and verdicts, the story still pulsed with unanswered questions, tangled emotions, and a strange, lingering fascination with the boy who had killed the Candy Man. Elmer Wayne Henley's life inside the Texas Department of Corrections began quietly. At first, other inmates treated him with a wary curiosity. Some saw him as infamous, a kind of macabre celebrity, the teenager who had ended the life of one of the most depraved killers in American history. Others despised him, branding him a traitor, not for killing Corll, but for the helpless boys he had lured to their deaths. It was said that during his first years in prison, Henley rarely spoke to anyone. He kept to himself, spending long hours writing letters, reading and painting in his cell. Small attempts to give shape to the thoughts that refused to leave him. His mother, Barbara, visited whenever she could. She never stopped believing that Dean Corll had manipulated her son beyond his ability to resist. To her, Wayne was not evil but broken, a product of someone else's cruelty. During interviews, she would often say softly, "He was just a boy when Dean found him. Just a boy." But outside their small world of letters and visits, the public had no mercy. Henley's name became a dark footnote in the annals of American crime, his identity forever welded to that of the Candy Man. Occasionally, journalists reached out, curious to hear from him. Over the years, he granted a few interviews, sometimes for documentaries, sometimes for newspaper features. Each time, his voice was calm, measured, but heavy with the weight of memory. "There are things that live in your head," he said once. "Things that never leave, no matter how long you've been gone from the world that made them happen." His words painted a picture of a man constantly shadowed by the ghosts of the boys he had known, deceived, and delivered. By the 1980s, a strange transformation began. Henley, who had taken up painting as a form of therapy, began producing surreal, often haunting works. Faces melted into colors, landscapes dissolved into dreams, and in nearly every piece, there was a sense of something watching, an unseen presence, lingering just beyond the frame. His art drew attention, not for its quality alone, but for its origins. Collectors and true crime enthusiasts started buying his paintings, leading to a wave of public outrage. How could a man convicted of such crimes profit from his own infamy? The controversy reignited the debate over murderabilia, the sale of artwork and letters by convicted killers. Protesters demanded that all proceeds go to the victims' families. Henley himself claimed he made little money from the art, and that he painted not for fame but to cope. "You can't escape what's in your head," he said in a letter to a journalist, "but you can try to paint it out of your hands." Meanwhile, David Owen Brooks lived a quieter, almost invisible existence behind bars. Unlike Henley, he avoided interviews and publicity. Prison guards described him as polite but withdrawn, a man who spent his days reading and working quietly in the prison library. He rarely spoke of Dean Corll or the events that led to his arrest. For him, silence was survival. When asked once whether he thought of the boys who had died, Brooks reportedly answered, "Every day. You don't forget something like that. You just learn to breathe around it." Both men would spend the rest of their lives in prison, occasionally reappearing in news reports when parole hearings approached. Each time, the families of the victims gathered, their voices firm and unwavering. "They should never walk free," one mother said during a 1997 hearing. "Our sons never got another chance. Why should they?" Parole was denied again and again. The state and the people of Houston were not ready to forgive, nor to forget. But time has its strange way of reshaping stories. As decades passed, the Houston mass murders began to be studied not only as a crime but as a window into the psychology of manipulation. Criminologists, psychologists, and journalists revisited the case, not to sensationalize it, but to understand the forces that could turn boys into accomplices and love into terror. They spoke of Dean Corll's quiet charisma, of how he used gifts, affection, and fear to create absolute obedience. They analyzed the societal failures, the neglected neighborhoods, the ignored disappearances, the victims written off as runaways. Documentaries began to emerge, each attempting to unearth a new truth from the old tragedy. They examined police missteps, how the early reports of missing boys were dismissed, and how easily Corll had operated in plain sight. These retellings reignited old pain for the families, yet they also ensured that the boys who had vanished were never completely forgotten. Their names were spoken again, their faces shown not as statistics, but as sons, friends, and brothers. Henley, in later interviews, seemed both resigned and reflective. He didn't deny what he'd done, but he often described himself as caught between two worlds: the victim who killed his abuser and the perpetrator who helped that abuser destroy others. "There's no forgiveness for me," he said in one interview recorded from a Texas prison in the early 2000s. "I've made peace with that. But there's something that never leaves you. The faces, the fear, the feeling that you could have stopped it sooner." In 2020, Brooks passed away in prison at the age of 65. His death was quiet, almost unnoticed at first. A brief statement was released, confirming that one of the last living participants in the Houston mass murders had died of natural causes. For some of the families, it brought a small, bitter sense of closure. "Now there's only one left," one relative said, referring to Henley. "But the real monster's been gone for years." Henley remains incarcerated to this day, still painting, still speaking occasionally through letters. In one of his more recent statements, he wrote, "I don't ask for sympathy. I just want people to understand how it happens, how someone can twist you so tight that you forget what's right." Dean was gone in a second, but what he did, it never leaves. As the decades have passed, the story of Dean Corll and his two teenage accomplices has become something more than a criminal case. It has become a haunting parable about control, silence, and the fragility of morality under pressure. It forces people to confront uncomfortable truths, that monsters can wear familiar faces, that victims can become perpetrators, and that justice, even when delivered, rarely heals what's been broken. In Houston, the landscape has changed. The boat shed where many of the boys were buried was long ago demolished, replaced by new buildings, new lives, and a generation that grew up hearing only whispers of what once happened there. Yet some say that on quiet nights, the wind that moves through the area still carries an uneasy chill, as if the past itself refuses to rest. The Candyman is gone, his name sealed in infamy. But the echoes of his deeds, the cries, the silence, the complicity, remain suspended in history's long, uneasy memory. The trials of Henley and Brooks ended decades ago, but their shadows continue to flicker in every conversation about evil, manipulation, and the terrible cost of looking away. Chapter 11: The Ghosts That Remain, Legacy and Cultural Impact of the Candyman Case. The story of Dean Corll did not simply vanish when the police reports were filed away, nor when the last trial ended and the prison doors closed behind Elmer Wayne Henley and David Brooks. It continued to ripple outward, quietly, persistently, like a dark current running beneath the surface of American memory. The Houston mass murders had been one of the largest cases of serial child killings in U.S. history, and yet, 4 years after, the city of Houston spoke of it only in hushed tones. The horror was too near, too intimate. It was not the work of a shadowy drifter or some faceless monster. It was a man who had lived among them, sold candy to their children, and greeted them with polite smiles. In the years following the discovery of Corll's crimes, Houston became a city haunted by absence. Families who had once filled neighborhoods with laughter now carried an unspoken grief. There were houses where parents never moved away, their sons' bedrooms left untouched, the walls still plastered with posters from the early 70s. For them, time had stopped the moment their child disappeared. Others left the city altogether, unable to walk past the streets where Corll's van had once driven. The collective silence became its own memorial, an invisible monument to the boys who never came home. The press called Corll the Candyman and the Pied Piper of Houston. And those names stuck, shaping how people remembered him. They were deceptively simple nicknames for something far more complex and horrifying. But in that simplicity lay a certain power, a reminder of how evil can hide behind sweetness, how something as innocent as candy could become a symbol of trust betrayed. The story burned its way into Texas folklore, whispered from generation to generation, sometimes exaggerated, sometimes softened, but always there, like a scar beneath the skin of the city. By the late 1970s, crime writers and journalists began revisiting the case, each trying to make sense of what had happened. Books appeared with titles that promised revelations, but few could fully capture the sheer unease that Corll's crimes created. Unlike other serial killers who sought fame or left behind manifestos, Corll had been private, methodical, and almost banal. His motivations remained elusive, his emotions opaque. He was not driven by chaos or madness in the traditional sense. He was driven by control, a quiet, patient hunger that had taken years to form. Criminologists began to dissect his psychology. They noted how Corll had weaponized normalcy, how he used generosity, charm, and small acts of kindness as instruments of manipulation. He had no distinctive pattern that screamed danger. He worked in plain sight, and the city, perhaps too trusting of appearances, never suspected the smiling electrician who seemed to genuinely enjoy the company of teenagers. This made him especially terrifying, because he reminded people that evil didn't always come in obvious forms. The case also had a profound influence on the way police departments handled missing persons reports, particularly those involving teenagers. Before Corll, it was common for law enforcement to assume that teenage boys who disappeared were runaways. Many of Corll's victims were initially dismissed this way, their parents told not to worry. After the murders came to light, this complacency shattered. Houston police began to keep more detailed records, and community advocacy for missing children gained strength nationwide. In the following years, organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children were formed, partly because cases like Corll's had revealed the devastating cost of inaction. In a strange way, Dean Corll's crimes forced America to look closer at its own blind spots. He was not the lone wolf killer stalking strangers in distant woods. He was the friendly neighbor, the helpful employer, the man who knew everyone by name. He exploited the illusion of safety that existed in suburban America, where people believed that real danger always lived somewhere else. When that illusion cracked, it left a lingering paranoia that shaped an entire generation. Parents became more cautious. Children were warned not to trust adults who offered gifts. The phrase "never take candy from strangers" became more than a cliché. It became a rule born of real blood. By the 1980s and 1990s, true crime as a genre began to rise, and Corll's name reappeared in documentaries, radio segments, and psychological studies. Yet, even among stories of notorious killers, the Candyman stood apart. He didn't fit the mold. There were no long manifestos, no grand explanations, no dramatic courtroom outbursts. He had lived and died quietly, his violence discovered only because one of his own victims turned against him. That silence, his refusal to ever confess, left a kind of narrative vacuum that others rushed to fill. Everyone wanted to understand the why, but the truth was that Dean Corll had taken that secret to the grave. His story began to appear in college psychology courses, not as a tale of madness, but as a case study in social manipulation and the failure of systems. How could a man abduct and murder so many boys over 3 years without drawing attention? How had the warnings been missed? The answers lay not just in Corll's cunning, but in the time itself, a period when communities still believed in the innocence of familiarity, and when the line between trust and danger had not yet been redrawn by the modern world and pop culture. Whispers of the Candyman story seeped subtly into music, film, and urban legend. Horror writers drew inspiration from his chilling blend of charm and cruelty. Some even claim that the 1992 film Candyman, though inspired by Clive Barker's short story, owed its title's resonance to the lingering memory of Dean Corll's nickname, a subconscious echo of the real terror that had once gripped Houston. The association was never official, but for many who knew the true history, the parallel was unavoidable. Yet despite the public's fascination, there was always a quiet resistance from the city of Houston itself. Many residents didn't want the story revived. For them, it was not a tale to analyze or retell, it was a wound. Local officials, for years, refused to speak about it publicly, fearing it would forever stain the city's image. Some newspapers even avoided reprinting the details, describing Corll's crimes as unspeakable. But memory has a way of surviving silence. Younger generations, who had not lived through the fear, discovered the case through documentaries and podcasts decades later, often with disbelief that something so monstrous could have happened in their own city. Today, the legacy of the Candyman case stands at the uneasy intersection of history, trauma, and curiosity. It remains one of the most studied examples of criminal grooming and psychological coercion. Teachers use it to explain how predators build trust. Law enforcement studies it to understand patterns of manipulation, and true crime audiences revisit it, searching for meaning in the senseless. But perhaps its most important legacy lies not in the fascination it inspires, but in the lessons it carved into public awareness. Lessons about vigilance, about empathy for the missing, and about the hidden dangers of complacency. Decades later, when documentaries replay the story, there's a strange stillness that often follows the narration. the same silence that once hung over Houston after the truth came out. It's the silence of a society realizing that the real horror of the Candyman was not just what he did, but how easily he did it. The monster didn't hide in the shadows. He hid in the light, smiling, kind, trusted. And that truth still unsettles even now. As time stretched further from the dark summer of 1973, the story of Dean Corll refused to die. Like a lingering shadow that lengthened with each retelling, his crimes began to occupy a strange space in American consciousness. Not merely as history, but as myth, as a cautionary echo in the nation's ongoing conversation about safety, trust, and evil. The name Candyman persisted in the background of pop culture and collective memory, both horrifying and oddly poetic. It reminded people of innocence lost, of sweetness turned to poison, of the hidden horrors that sometimes wore ordinary faces. In Houston, journalists revisiting the case decades later found a city both determined to move on and quietly unable to forget. Some neighborhoods that had once been part of Corll's hunting grounds had changed beyond recognition, rebuilt with new homes and new families. But for older residents, the past felt close, as if only yesterday they'd seen Corll's white van idling by the curb or noticed another missing poster tacked to a telephone pole. They remembered the fear, that raw, unspoken tension that had gripped the city in the weeks following Corll's death, when the number of missing boys kept rising as investigators unearthed one grave after another. The trauma of those discoveries had never really gone away. In interviews, parents of the victims often spoke in fragmented memories. The sound of a knock on the door late at night, the faces of police officers carrying shovels, the silence that followed when they realized their son would never come home. It was not the kind of pain that could be washed away by time or justice. It became part of Houston's cultural DNA, a quiet reminder that evil could thrive even in the most ordinary corners of a city. As decades passed, the media's portrayal of Corll and his crimes began to evolve. In the immediate aftermath of his death, newspapers had struggled with how to report the horror without shattering public composure. Many articles avoided explicit details, focusing instead on the scope of the tragedy. By the 1980s and 1990s, however, the rise of true crime television began to bring the case back into focus. Programs like Forensic Files, City Confidential, and later streaming documentaries revisited the story with new insight. The media now approached Corll not only as a criminal, but as a symbol of systemic failure, of how apathy and denial had allowed him to operate unchecked. Journalists began asking harder questions. Why had so many missing reports been ignored? How did the culture of the time, one that distrusted teenagers and dismissed runaways, enable someone like Corll? The answers were uncomfortable. In the 1970s, there had been no centralized database for missing persons, no national alert systems, and little coordination between police departments. The tragedy exposed deep cracks in law enforcement's handling of youth disappearances. Many officers admitted years later that they had assumed teenage boys who vanished had simply left home voluntarily. That assumption, repeated over and over, had cost lives. The outrage that followed eventually helped shape national reform. In the early 1980s, the missing children's movement gained momentum, propelled by the cases of Adam Walsh and Etten Patz. The creation of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 1984 built upon lessons learned from cases like Corll's, where the absence of coordination and awareness had allowed predators to thrive. In that way, the ghosts of Houston indirectly helped ensure that future disappearances would not be so easily dismissed. Beyond law enforcement, the case also transformed the conversation about how media depicted killers and victims. During the initial coverage, Dean Corll's face dominated headlines, while his victims were often reduced to lists of names. Later journalists would come to see this as a moral failing. The shift toward victim-centered storytelling in true crime journalism, giving space to the lost, not just the ones who took them, was influenced by tragedies like this one. Modern documentaries about the Houston mass murders now spend as much time on the boys' lives, dreams, and families as on Corll himself, reclaiming their humanity from the shadow of his cruelty. The case also left a lasting mark on American folklore. Over time, the Candy Man became a cautionary symbol, blending fact with urban legend. Stories of a man offering sweets to lure children began circulating in neighborhoods far from Texas, morphing into new forms as they traveled. In some places, parents told their children never to accept candy from strangers, not realizing that this warning had roots in an actual nightmare from Houston's past. Even Halloween traditions changed subtly. The 1970s saw a surge in fear over tainted treats and stranger danger, cultural anxieties that owed as much to Corll's crimes as to any real risk. But perhaps the most profound impact of the Candyman case lay in how it reshaped public understanding of manipulation and complicity. Psychologists studying the case viewed Corll not merely as a murderer, but as an expert manipulator who created accomplices from victims. The dynamics between Corll, Brooks, and Henley became a chilling template for analyzing coercion, how an adult could twist affection, loyalty, and fear into tools of control. Their story continues to appear in criminology textbooks, illustrating how psychological dependency can evolve into moral paralysis. Elmer Wayne Henley himself contributed, indirectly, to this analysis. In letters and interviews from prison, he reflected on his time under Corll's influence, often describing it as living under a spell. He had this way of making you think he was the only one who really understood you, Henley once wrote. It wasn't fear at first, it was loyalty. That's what made it so dangerous. His words became case study material for psychologists examining the mechanics of grooming and emotional manipulation. The haunting persistence of Corll's story also speaks to a deeper truth about how societies process evil. People need explanations, patterns, and reasons, a way to make sense of something senseless. Yet Corll offered none. There were no manifestos, no confessions, no written diaries of motive. He was, in the end, a void, an empty mirror reflecting the fears of those who tried to understand him. That absence of motive, paradoxically, made him unforgettable. He became the embodiment of ordinary evil, of the danger that hides in plain sight. Modern media often wrestles with how to present such stories responsibly. Documentaries and podcasts about Corll now emphasize caution and respect, aware of the fine line between remembrance and exploitation. His crimes serve as a case study in ethical storytelling, a reminder that beneath every headline about a serial killer are real lives lost and families forever changed. This awareness has reshaped how true crime is approached today, turning what was once lurid fascination into opportunities for reflection and reform. Houston itself eventually began to confront its past more openly. Memorials were erected for the victims, and investigative retrospectives aired on anniversaries of the case. In these programs, the city's tone was no longer one of denial, but of solemn remembrance. Older residents who had once avoided speaking of Corll began to share their stories publicly, ensuring that younger generations would understand what had happened, not as myth, but as history. And yet, despite all the documentaries, books, and analyses, the emotional weight of the Candyman's legacy remains hard to describe. It lingers like a ghost story told under dim light, not because people enjoy the fear, but because they cannot forget what it reveals about the human condition. Chapter 12, The Psychology of Evil, Understanding Dean Corll's Mind. In the study of human behavior, few figures are as disturbing or as puzzling as Dean Arnold Corll. His crimes, both vast in scale and chilling in intimacy, have left psychologists, criminologists, and historians grappling with a single haunting question. What made him what he was? To the casual observer, Corll seemed almost too ordinary. A polite, soft-spoken man, neatly dressed, careful with his words, and courteous to a fault. Yet beneath that composed exterior lay a mind shaped by contradiction, repression, and an insatiable hunger for control. His evil was not chaotic or impulsive, but methodical and quiet, the kind that grows like rot beneath the floorboards of normalcy. To understand Corll's psychology, one must first step back into the environment that produced him. Born in 1939, Dean's early years were spent in a modest home in Fort Wayne, Indiana. His parents' marriage was turbulent, marked by frequent arguments and separations. Those who later studied his life noted how his mother's dominance and his father's strictness may have created in Dean an early fascination with control, both its presence and its absence. As a child, he was described as obedient yet withdrawn, deeply sensitive to criticism, and quietly resentful of authority. These traits, when combined with a lack of emotional guidance, laid the groundwork for what would later become an obsessive need to assert dominance in subtle psychological ways. When the Corll family moved to Houston, Texas, Dean's social awkwardness followed him. Teachers recalled him as intelligent but isolated, rarely joining in games or forming close friendships. Yet he had a reputation for kindness and helpfulness, a trait that, even then, seemed less like warmth and more like performance. He knew how to appear good, how to play the role expected of him. This awareness of image would become one of his most dangerous tools in adulthood. People trusted him not because of what he said, but because of how convincingly he appeared sincere. His mother's decision to open a candy company after her divorce added another curious layer to his development. Working alongside her, Dean learned not only about production and sales, but about the small gestures that build trust. Handing out free samples, greeting neighborhood children, maintaining a friendly, reliable reputation. He saw how goodwill could be crafted, how smiles could become currency. In retrospect, it is chilling to realize that what began as innocent business practice would later evolve into a psychological strategy, the very foundation of his Candyman persona. Psychologists have often described Corll as a controlled narcissist. Unlike more overtly flamboyant killers such as Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy, Corll had no need for charm or spectacle. His narcissism was inward and cold, sustained by secrecy. He viewed others not as equals but as objects within his private universe, instruments for gratification, symbols of obedience, and extensions of his will. This internal hierarchy mirrored his childhood world, where emotional chaos had ruled, and where he had learned to survive by constructing order. In his adult life, that need for order would become monstrous. Every detail of his environment had to bend to his preference: the temperature of the room, the tone of a conversation, the submission of those around him. To defy him was to disrupt the fragile world he controlled, and his response to defiance was not anger but annihilation. What makes Corll particularly terrifying is his capacity for compartmentalization, the ability to divide his inner world into self-contained boxes. To his neighbors, he was a quiet electrician who smiled easily and offered help. To his employees, he was demanding but fair. And to his chosen circle of teenage boys, he was the generous older friend, offering drinks, rides, and understanding. Each version of himself was distinct, deliberate, and performed with precision. It was only behind closed doors that the compartments merged, revealing the cold, calculating predator beneath. This mental partitioning allowed him to kill without the appearance of guilt, to bury victims one day and visit his mother for dinner the next. Modern profiling experts have suggested that Corll likely possessed traits of both psychopathy and sadism, yet his behavior did not fit neatly into either category. He was not impulsive, nor did he display the outward charisma often associated with psychopathic killers. His cruelty was methodical, detached, and ritualized. For Corll, control itself was the drug. Not the violence, not even the suffering, but the act of deciding the fate of another person and watching that power unfold. He derived satisfaction not from spectacle, but from secrecy. The hiddenness of his acts was part of the pleasure, the idea that he could play God in a world that never suspected him. When psychologists later examined his interactions with Elmer Wayne Henley and David Brooks, they found evidence of what is now called coercive grooming. Corll did not simply manipulate these boys into complicity. He reshaped their sense of morality. Through rewards, trust, and gradual exposure to depravity, he dismantled their boundaries one by one. At first, they helped him lure others with promises of parties and friendship. Over time, the acts became darker, the participation more direct, until both boys were too psychologically entangled to separate their own will from his. Corll's genius and horror lay in how he transformed loyalty into dependency and dependency into submission. There are records of how Corll would alternate between kindness and cruelty, affection and threat, keeping his young accomplices emotionally unbalanced. One day, he might shower them with gifts and praise. The next, he would fall into cold silence, forcing them to beg for his approval. This form of psychological conditioning is often seen in cult dynamics and abusive relationships, a deliberate creation of instability that makes the victim crave the abuser's favor. Henley, who met Corll at 15, became the perfect subject for such conditioning. His need for belonging made him malleable, and Corll, ever the silent manipulator, molded that vulnerability into obedience. To outsiders, Corll's mind seems almost alien, devoid of empathy. But in truth, his actions reveal something deeply human, a warped reflection of needs everyone possesses. The desire for control, for admiration, for certainty in a chaotic world. The difference was that in Corll, these desires had metastasized into pathology. He felt safest only when others were powerless. His form of evil was not born from chaos, but from an obsessive need to eliminate unpredictability, to dominate every possible variable in his world. Even his methodical burial of victims can be seen through this lens. It was his way of restoring order after the chaos of killing, of ensuring that the secret remained his alone. Experts have also noted the eerie absence of remorse in his psychological profile. Unlike killers who expressed guilt or conflict, Corll appeared emotionally sterile. His ability to commit repeated acts of cruelty without visible distress suggests what psychiatrists term affective flattening, the suppression or absence of normal emotional response. It was not that he refused to feel empathy. It was that he never possessed it. His calm demeanor, so often mistaken for shyness, was in fact emotional vacancy. It allowed him to deceive others with ease, for no tremor of guilt ever betrayed him. And yet, perhaps the most haunting quality of Corll's psychology was his normalcy. He was not a drifter, not insane in the legal sense, not driven by delusions or hallucinations. The human mind, when scarred by manipulation, can become a labyrinth of contradictions. Love intertwined with fear, loyalty tangled with horror. Dean Corll understood this better than most. His greatest weapon was not the physical control he exerted over his victims and accomplices, but the psychological dominion he established long before violence ever began. In many ways, his crimes were acts of prolonged psychological warfare, each victim drawn into an invisible web of deceit that blurred the line between safety and danger until it was too late to tell the difference. For David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley, that web was woven with precision. Both were adolescents when Corll entered their lives, boys searching for belonging, for guidance, for someone to validate their worth. Corll, with his calm demeanor and understanding eyes, seemed to offer exactly that. He spoke softly, never in anger. He listened. He offered small rewards, a bit of money here, a gift there, the occasional sense of being needed. Over time, these gestures became the foundation of a psychological bond that Corll nurtured carefully. What he created was not friendship but dependence, a slow erosion of self that left these boys willing to accept his version of reality over their own. Psychologists studying the case later observed that both Brooks and Henley displayed symptoms consistent with what is now known as trauma bonding, a phenomenon in which victims form emotional attachments to their abuser as a coping mechanism. Corll, whether consciously or instinctively, engineered this dynamic by alternating warmth and cruelty, kindness and control. He became both savior and tormentor, a figure whose approval meant safety and whose anger meant danger. For adolescents lacking stable parental affection, this confusion of roles was devastating. It rewired their emotional compass, making Corll's attention, even in its darkest form, something they could not bear to lose. This dynamic is not unique to Corll. It appears in cults, in domestic abuse, in systems where power and dependency coexist. But Corll's case stands apart for the chilling subtlety with which he constructed it. He did not shout or threaten. He whispered, persuaded, rewarded, and waited. He understood that fear is far more potent when mixed with gratitude, that victims who believe they are complicit will rarely seek help. By drawing Brooks and Henley into his secret world one small step at a time, he ensured they crossed moral thresholds so gradually that they barely noticed when innocence turned into complicity. Henley's later confessions reveal this progression with disturbing clarity. He spoke of how, at first, he believed Corll's actions were isolated, perhaps even justified by some twisted reasoning. Over time, as the truth deepened, he felt trapped, not only by fear of Corll but by his own guilt. The shame of participation became another chain. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance reduction. When faced with impossible guilt, the mind adjusts its beliefs to survive. Henley convinced himself that what was happening was unchangeable, that Corll's power was absolute. This mental surrender was not weakness. It was a defense against collapse. Corll, perhaps sensing this, used it to maintain control. He did not merely enslave bodies. He conquered minds. For the victims who were drawn in by Corll's false charm, the manipulation took a different form. Many came from troubled homes or broken families, places where attention was scarce and affection conditional. Corll's candy, his easy smiles, his willingness to listen, all were designed to disarm. In neighborhoods where adults often turned a blind eye, his reputation as the candy man became his armor. Parents trusted him, children liked him, and police saw no reason to suspect a man so embedded in the community. This camouflage of kindness is one of the oldest tactics in predatory psychology, and Corll used it with chilling effectiveness. He presented himself as a stable figure in a world of instability, and in doing so, he turned safety itself into a trap. Experts analyzing his methods have drawn parallels to grooming patterns seen in long-term abusers. Corll's process followed a predictable but devastating sequence: targeting the vulnerable, building trust, isolating the victim, and finally, breaking their will. Yet unlike many predators who seek immediate gratification, Corll took his time. He was patient, methodical, deliberate. a man for whom the preparation was as intoxicating as the act itself. It was this patience that made him so dangerous. He could wait weeks, even months, nurturing false security before revealing his true intentions. The aftermath of Corll's crimes left a deep scar not only on the survivors but on the collective psyche of Houston itself. Parents began questioning the nature of trust. Could evil look so ordinary, so gentle, and still exist behind a neighbor's door? For psychologists, the question became larger. How many other candy men might exist, undetected, hidden behind masks of kindness? Corll forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that predators often blend seamlessly into the fabric of daily life. They do not announce themselves with malice. They arrive with smiles. What is particularly fascinating from a psychological standpoint is how Corll's manipulations mirrored techniques used by cult leaders. Like them, he isolated his followers from outside influence, convinced them of a shared secret, and positioned himself as the sole source of approval. The line between serial killer and cult leader, in his case, blurred. He ruled a miniature kingdom built on silence and obedience, one that existed not in public temples but in rented houses and suburban garages. His authority was total because it was invisible, maintained through the illusion that he was both protector and punisher. Corll's need for control even extended to his own image after death. Those who knew him spoke of how he meticulously maintained his appearance. Always clean, always composed. His home was orderly, his possessions neatly arranged. To him, chaos was intolerable. This obsession with tidiness reflected not just personal preference but psychological structure. Control in the physical realm mirrored control in the emotional realm. When that structure was challenged, when Henley finally turned the gun on him, it was as though the delicate balance of his constructed world shattered. In a sense, Corll's death was the ultimate loss of control, the one outcome he could neither predict nor prevent. The study of his case continues to influence modern criminal profiling. Investigators have since identified patterns in Corll's behavior that are now recognized as key warning signs. Grooming through gifts, isolating targets under the guise of mentorship, creating dependency through mixed affection and fear, and maintaining dual lives to preserve secrecy. These insights have been crucial in developing prevention strategies for crimes involving vulnerable youth. In this grim way, Corll's legacy has become a lesson, his manipulations dissected to protect others from those who might walk the same dark path. But perhaps the most haunting element of Corll's psychology lies not in his pathology, but in what it reveals about human perception. How many people saw the signs and dismissed them because he seemed kind? How many parents trusted him because he was polite and well-spoken? Corll exploited one of society's deepest biases, the belief that evil must look evil. He weaponized normalcy, proving that the most dangerous monsters are often the ones who learn to look ordinary. In the years since his death, countless books, documentaries, and psychological analyses have attempted to explain Dean Corll, to reduce his horror to diagnosis. Chapter 13: The Trial of the Candyman's Disciples. When Dean Corll's reign of terror came to its violent end in August 1973, Houston awoke to a horror unlike anything it had ever known. The man who had appeared to be a quiet electrician, a friendly face in the neighborhood, was gone. Shot dead by one of his own teenage accomplices, Elmer Henley. Yet in death, Corll's shadow only grew darker. As the truth of his crimes began to unfold, the city realized that the Candyman's story had not ended with his death. It had only entered its next chapter, one that would play out not in the basements of Houston, but in the courtrooms, police stations, and newspapers that struggled to comprehend the scale of what he had done. The trial that followed was not of Corll himself. He had already met his end, but of those who had lived within his control, Henley and David Brooks. These two young men, barely out of adolescence, had been both victims and participants. Their names would become synonymous with betrayal, confusion, and moral collapse. Were they monsters molded by Corll's influence, or were they willing accomplices who found a twisted power in his company? That question hung heavily over Houston, dividing public opinion and tormenting the families of the boys who had vanished in the days immediately after Corll's death. Police found themselves overwhelmed by the confessions spilling from Henley's trembling lips. He spoke for hours, sometimes incoherent with exhaustion, recounting how he and Brooks had helped lure boys to Corll's house. He led detectives to the burial sites, first at a rented boat shed, then at a lakeside area called High Island. Each trip was a nightmare made real, as investigators unearthed grave after grave, each containing the remains of boys whose names had once been whispered on missing person posters. Houston's newspapers called it the tragedy of the century. Reporters wept openly at the scenes. Officers, hardened by years of work, staggered away in disbelief as the exhumations continued. The press descended upon the city like a storm. Cameras flashed. Reporters fought for access. Families gathered in small clusters outside police lines, waiting for word that their sons, missing for months or years, had finally been found. Every headline deepened the collective grief. Bodies of boys found near Houston. More graves discovered. Teens led to torture house. For the public, it was incomprehensible. For the families, it was confirmation of their worst fears. And through it all, two names kept reappearing beside Corll's: Henley and Brooks. When formal charges were filed, the distinction between victim and perpetrator became blurred. David Brooks, barely 18 at the time, faced accusations of luring several boys to their deaths, fully aware of what awaited them. Henley, 17 when arrested, was accused not only of the same, but also of pulling the trigger that ended Corll's life. Prosecutors faced an impossible puzzle: how to prosecute those who had clearly been manipulated and abused, yet who had also participated in acts of unimaginable cruelty. Could justice truly be served without understanding the psychological domination Corll had exercised over them? In the media, the two boys were painted in stark contrast. Henley was seen as the defiant one, the boy who had finally turned on the monster. Brooks, quieter and more reserved, was described as the follower who knew too much but did too little. Yet as the trials approached, it became clear that neither fit easily into those roles. Both were products of Corll's influence, yet both had made choices that led to the deaths of others. The prosecution argued that whatever control Corll held over them, there had been moments when they could have stopped. The defense countered that their youth, fear, and dependency made them victims of brainwashing. Boys trapped in a web from which there was no escape. The courtroom itself became a theater of moral ambiguity. Henley, pale and composed, often appeared detached, his voice steady as he described the horrors in grim detail. Journalists wrote of how he seemed oddly calm when recounting the nights at Corll's house, as though speaking from a place beyond emotion. But at moments his composure cracked. When shown photographs of the victims, some of whom had been his friends, his face would tighten, his eyes would drop, and his voice would falter. Brooks, in contrast, rarely looked up at all. He seemed haunted, shrinking in his seat as if trying to disappear beneath the weight of the accusations. The families of the victims filled the gallery, their presence a constant reminder of the human cost beneath the legal debate. Some wept quietly, others glared in silence. Many refused to believe that Henley or Brooks were victims in any sense. To them, the boys were killers, active participants who had lured their sons to death for small sums of money or out of fear too weak to be excused. To forgive them felt impossible. Yet others saw tragedy in their faces. Two boys twisted by the manipulation of a man who had stolen not only lives but innocence itself. The prosecution presented a chilling timeline of events. Between 1970 and 1973, at least 28 boys had disappeared. Each abduction bore the same hallmarks: a promise of a ride, an offer of a party, or an invitation to Corll's home. Witnesses described seeing Brooks and Henley with many of the missing youths shortly before they vanished. Forensic evidence tied them to several of the burial sites. And Henley's own confession, though obtained under emotional distress, contained details only a participant could have known. The evidence was overwhelming, yet the emotional complexity of the case made every verdict feel unsatisfying. During the trial, defense attorneys sought to paint Corll as a master manipulator who had preyed upon his accomplices' vulnerabilities. They brought psychologists to testify about grooming, dependency, and trauma-induced obedience. They described how Corll had conditioned the boys through gifts, threats, and gradual exposure to violence, until their capacity to resist was eroded entirely. But prosecutors countered that, by the end, both Henley and Brooks had crossed from victims into willing executioners. They may have been brainwashed, but they had also made choices that cost innocent lives. Public reaction was divided. Some saw Henley as a tragic hero, the boy who had finally ended Corll's killing spree by shooting him in self-defense. Others saw him as a murderer, no less responsible than his mentor. Newspapers published editorials debating whether such young minds could truly comprehend the evil they had helped commit. Radio shows discussed whether rehabilitation was possible for someone who had taken part in so many atrocities. The debate raged not only in Houston but across America, revealing a nation struggling to define justice in the face of horror. As weeks turned into months, the weight of testimony mounted. Investigators described the discovery of graves, the recovery of evidence, and the confessions in chilling precision. Survivors and witnesses spoke of boys who had once trusted Corll and vanished without a trace. The sheer repetition of the suffering, the haunting familiarity of each story, became almost unbearable to hear. And always at the center of it sat Henley and Brooks, two young men who had lived through it all and now faced the reckoning in the end. The trial was not just about guilt or innocence. It was about the boundaries of responsibility, about how far manipulation can excuse participation, and whether a boy under the sway of a predator can ever be truly free. As the final days of testimony approached, both Henley and Brooks seemed to shrink under the enormity of it all. Whatever illusions Corll had once built were gone. In their place remained the cold light of truth, and a city that could never again see innocence in the same way. When the courtroom doors finally closed for the last time, and the jurors filed in with faces drawn tight from sleepless deliberation, Houston held its breath. The city had watched for months as its darkest secret was laid bare. Not just the horrors committed by Dean Corll, but the tangled guilt of those who had stood beside him. The fate of Elmer Wayne Henley and David Brooks would be decided not only by evidence, but by a question much deeper, one that no court could answer cleanly. How much of a monster could a victim become before the world stopped seeing him as a victim at all? Henley, seated in his crisp prison uniform, looked eerily composed as the judge entered. The air was thick with silence. The families of the murdered boys filled the benches, their grief stretched thin by years of waiting. When the verdict was finally read, the words landed like hammer blows. Guilty on all counts. 6 consecutive life sentences. No possibility of parole for decades to come. Henley's eyes flickered briefly, not in surprise, but something closer to resignation. For a boy who had spent his youth in the shadow of a man like Corll, perhaps he had already accepted that this would be his final chapter. Brooks' trial followed soon after, quieter but no less wrenching. His demeanor throughout had been subdued, almost spectral, as if he were haunted not by fear of punishment but by memories he could never erase. When his own verdict came, life imprisonment, he nodded faintly, as though confirming what he already knew. No one in the room cheered or clapped. Justice, if it could even be called that, felt hollow. Too many graves had been filled, too many years lost to secrecy and deception. There was no victory in punishing the remnants of Corll's empire. There was only exhaustion. In the months that followed, reporters continued to seek meaning in the chaos. They interviewed psychologists, criminologists, and even clergy, searching for some explanation of how two ordinary boys could fall under such a spell. Some said it was poverty and neglect, the vulnerability of youth left unguarded in a city growing too fast. Others blamed the moral decay of the era, the loosened family bonds and permissive culture of the 1970s. Yet no theory could fully contain the unease that lingered. The horror of the Candyman murders had revealed something uncomfortably human, that evil, when dressed in familiarity, can infiltrate the innocent and twist them into reflections of itself. In prison, both Henley and Brooks settled into long years of quiet isolation. Henley, talkative and intelligent, began granting interviews to journalists and true crime authors. His voice, calm and articulate, unnerved listeners. He described the years with Corll in precise detail, the fear, the control, the moment he finally turned the gun on his captor. He insisted he had been manipulated, that Corll's death was an act of liberation, not rebellion. Some believed him. Others saw in his words the same cold calculation that had allowed him to assist in so many deaths. He became, unwillingly, a figure of fascination. The boy who had killed a killer, yet could never wash the blood from his own hands. Brooks, by contrast, shunned attention. He spent most of his incarceration in silence, avoiding interviews, rarely speaking to guards or fellow inmates. Those who encountered him described a man crushed by guilt, carrying the weight of the past like a physical burden. Over time, he aged into obscurity, his name fading from public memory even as Henley's lingered in the cultural conversation. Brooks died in prison in 2020, having served nearly 5 decades of his life sentence. A lifetime spent within the walls that replaced Corll's psychological prison with a physical one. Henley remains behind bars to this day. Decade after decade, he has come up for parole, and each time he has been denied. His petitions are read aloud to boards and panels, his voice now older but still steady. He paints in his cell, landscapes, portraits, quiet scenes of ordinary life. The irony is not lost on those who know his story. The boy who helped destroy so many lives now spends his days creating pictures of serenity. Some say it's his way of seeking redemption. Others say it's simply a habit born of confinement. But each time his name resurfaces, Houston remembers. The Candyman's shadow may have faded, but it was never erased. In the years following the trials, Houston changed in subtle but profound ways. Neighborhoods once open and trusting grew cautious. Parents no longer allowed children to roam freely as they had in the early 1970s. The sense of small-town intimacy that had defined parts of the city gave way to guarded vigilance. Stranger danger, a phrase that would dominate American parenting in the decades to come, found one of its earliest echoes in the aftermath of Dean Corll's crimes. It wasn't merely a slogan, it was a scar. The city also began to reckon with the failures that had allowed Corll's crimes to persist. For 3 years, dozens of boys had vanished, and yet the disappearances were often dismissed as runaways. Police departments, overwhelmed and underfunded, had assumed the missing would return. The idea that a serial predator could be responsible simply did not fit within the worldview of the time. The horror of the Candyman case forced law enforcement across the country to rethink how missing person reports were handled, particularly for teenagers. It became a catalyst for change, one born from tragedy. Even decades later, researchers and journalists have continued to revisit the case, not out of morbid curiosity, but because it offers rare insight into the mechanics of manipulation and moral corruption. In academic circles, the trials of Henley and Brooks are studied as case studies in coercion, how power can reshape morality, how fear can silence conscience. The transcripts reveal the slow, suffocating psychology of complicity, the erosion of will, the normalization of evil, the justifications whispered in the dark. They show how, under the right pressure, even the young and the decent can become instruments of horror. Yet perhaps what lingers most about the trials is their ambiguity. There was never a moment of full closure, no cathartic sense of good triumphing over evil. Instead, there was a quiet, heavy realization that the Candyman's reach had extended far beyond his own actions. He had left behind not only victims in graves, but also victims in flesh and mind, broken boys who carried his influence like a stain they could never remove. The law had punished them, but punishment could not untangle the years of manipulation that made them what they had become. Every so often, new details surface: forgotten interviews, letters written from prison, faint memories shared by survivors. Each revelation adds another layer to the tragedy, another glimpse into the strange intersection of innocence and evil. And through it all, Henley's image remains frozen in time. The young face staring out from mugshots, a boy forever caught between roles, killer and captive, monster and pawn. His life after the trial became a slow march through decades of reflection, yet the world could never quite decide whether to pity him or condemn him. The Candyman is gone, his crimes now a distant echo, but the questions his story raised still resonate. How do you measure guilt when manipulation blurs every line? Can a person who has been conditioned to obey ever be fully free again? And perhaps most hauntingly, could it happen again, hidden in another quiet neighborhood, behind another friendly smile? As the final gavel fell in that long-ago courtroom, Houston hoped it was witnessing the end of the nightmare. But in truth, the trial of the Candyman's disciples was not just a verdict on two young men. It was a mirror held up to humanity itself, showing how evil, once set loose, can ripple outward through lives and generations, leaving behind not monsters or heroes, but broken souls trapped forever between the two. Chapter 14: The City That Tried to Forget Houston's Lost Children. In the years that followed the discovery of the Candyman's secret graveyards, Houston became a city divided between two worlds: the bustling metropolis that continued to grow outward with oil money and ambition, and the quieter, haunted neighborhoods where the laughter of missing boys still seemed to echo faintly through the humid air. The city tried desperately to forget, but the earth itself remembered. Beneath the shifting soil of High Island and the endless sprawl of Houston's suburbs lay the bones of a generation that never came home. In the early 1970s, Houston had been a city of promise. Its skyline was climbing, and its streets were alive with opportunity. It was the kind of place where parents felt safe letting their children roam, to fish, to play, to bike to the corner store without worry. It was a city that believed it understood itself, and that faith was its greatest vulnerability. The disappearances that began quietly in 1970. A boy here, two more there, were brushed off as youthful rebellion. Police records often carried the same words: runaway, presumed voluntary. It was easier to believe that children had left home than to consider the alternative, that something monstrous was stalking them. For years, those missing posters faded in convenience store windows, rain streaking down faces that would never smile again. The families who kept searching were met with sympathetic words and bureaucratic walls. The mothers, especially, bore the weight of disbelief. They organized their own searches, knocked on doors, and handed out flyers long after the police had moved on. Some of them later said that, even before the truth came out, they had sensed something was wrong. Not just with the system, but with the silence that surrounded it. Their sons had vanished too easily, too completely, and no one in authority seemed to care. When the bodies were finally unearthed in 1973, buried in the storage sheds, the boat sheds, and the shallow sand dunes of High Island, the city's illusion of safety shattered overnight. The story hit headlines not just across Texas but around the world. The details were too horrifying to fit within the bounds of comprehension. Dozens of young boys, many of them neighbors, classmates, and friends, lured by a man who lived quietly among them. Parents who once waved to Dean Corll now recoiled in disbelief, unable to accept that the friendly man who handed out candy and offered rides had been capable of such evil. The nickname the Candy Man became a curse that Houston could not wash away. What followed was not just grief, but guilt, collective, crushing guilt. For years, the city had ignored the signs. The police had dismissed the parents. Teachers had overlooked the absences. Neighbors had seen boys climbing into Corll's van and assumed nothing. That kind of denial left a wound that would never fully heal. In the neighborhoods of Heights and Pasadena, whispers replaced trust. Parents began keeping their children close, watching every car that passed. The sight of a white van, once unremarkable, became enough to send shivers through the community. By 1974, the city had grown weary of the constant reminders. Newspapers that once splashed the faces of victims across front pages began printing less. Officials stopped discussing it openly. The mass graves were filled, the trial verdicts delivered, and yet the unease lingered. Houston wanted to move forward, to rebuild its identity, to be known again for its industry and innovation, not for its dead. But forgetting proved impossible. Every anniversary brought new articles, each one reopening the wound, each one reminding the public that dozens of boys had vanished in their midst without a single alarm raised. Families of the victims, unable to let go, gathered year after year at the sites where their sons were found. They planted flowers, lit candles, and read the same names over and over. Some remembered, others lost to time. A few graves were never matched to remains, and some families never even received a body to bury. The uncertainty was its own form of torment. There were stories of mothers leaving plates at the dinner table long after the investigations ended, as if keeping vigil for the child who might still walk through the door. The city called it healing, but for them it was survival. Over the years, the locations of the murders themselves began to change shape, physically and emotionally. The boat shed in southwest Houston, where Corll's first graves were found, was eventually torn down. The land was repurposed, paved over, built upon. Yet those who knew the history said they could still feel something different in the air there, as if the ground itself carried an unease that no construction could cover. High Island, too, became a strange sort of memorial. On quiet days, when the wind blew in from the Gulf, it was easy to forget what lay beneath the sand. But on stormy nights, when the tide crept inland, Locals swore they could feel the land breathing with restless memory. For the next 2 decades, Houston lived in a state of quiet denial. Few people spoke openly of Dean Corll anymore, and those who did were met with discomfort. New generations grew up hearing fragments of the story, a cautionary whisper, a neighborhood legend. Don't talk to strangers, parents warned, and never go off alone. Those words, born from fear, became part of the city's culture. What had once been a lesson in politeness became a doctrine of vigilance. Houston's innocence was gone, replaced by an instinctive distrust that would shape how its people raised their children for years to come. By the 1990s, as America's fascination with true crime began to resurface through books and documentaries, the Candyman murders returned to public consciousness. Investigators revisited old files, journalists interviewed survivors and family members, and archivists uncovered forgotten evidence. One recurring question emerged: were all the victims truly found? Some believed there were more, that Corll's death had ended the killings but not revealed their full scope. Excavations at High Island and elsewhere occasionally uncovered bone fragments, but time and erosion had done their damage. The Gulf's winds had scattered memories as thoroughly as they had the sand. Modern DNA testing has since helped identify some of the previously unknown remains, giving closure to families who had waited decades. Each discovery reopened the wound for the city, but it also brought a strange sense of relief, a recognition that even in tragedy, the truth had value. These forensic efforts, led by scientists who weren't even born when the murders took place, demonstrated how deeply the Candyman case had imprinted itself on Houston's history. It had become more than a crime. It was a symbol of lost trust, a lesson written into the city's bones. The survivors who knew Corll, Brooks, or Henley in their youth grew into adults carrying invisible scars. Many spoke in later interviews about the paranoia that never left them, the constant glances over their shoulders, the discomfort in confined spaces, the unease around men who seemed too friendly. They described their city as haunted, not by ghosts, but by memories that refused to fade. Some left Houston altogether, hoping that distance might dull the ache. Others stayed, determined that their memories would not be erased by time or by the city's silence. What made the tragedy so unique, and so difficult to forget, was that it had taken place not in isolation, but within ordinary life. The Candyman had operated in plain sight. His home was not hidden deep in the woods or masked by secrecy. It was surrounded by neighbors, laughter, and the casual rhythms of everyday life. In the quiet aftermath of horror, a strange kind of silence descended upon Houston. The sirens were gone, the reporters had moved on, and the courts had finished their sentences. But the city still trembled beneath the weight of what it had witnessed. It wasn't just the scale of the tragedy that unsettled people. It was the ordinariness of it all. Dean Corll had not been a shadowy figure lurking on the edges of society. He had been a neighbor, a friend, even a trusted face at local gatherings. That was what haunted people most, the realization that evil could hide behind kindness, that a smile could mask a graveyard. For years afterward, that realization would whisper through the city's collective memory, quiet but constant, a reminder that safety had always been an illusion. Many families who lost their children tried to start over, though over was a word that no longer carried meaning. For them, time didn't move forward. It only stretched endlessly. Every year marked another birthday that never came, another empty chair at a holiday table, another memory replayed in the stillness of night. Some parents moved to new towns, hoping distance would dull the pain. Others stayed behind, unable to leave the only place their children had ever called home. They would visit the graves, or the empty fields where no graves had been found, and speak softly as if their sons could still hear them. There were no monuments then, no official memorials, only quiet gestures of remembrance scattered through the years. One mother, whose son had been among the unidentified victims for decades, was once asked in an interview why she still came to High Island every summer. Her answer was simple and heartbreaking. "Because this is the last place he was," she said, "and I don't want him to be alone." That sentiment echoed through countless families, each carrying their grief differently but bound by the same loss. They had been united not by community, but by tragedy, by the knowledge that something unimaginable had happened in their city, and that it had been allowed to grow unchecked for far too long. Over time, the city's landscape changed. The open fields and wooded lots where the boys once played were replaced by highways, shopping centers, and apartment complexes. Progress covered the past, but never quite erased it. The boat shed where many of the bodies were first found became a parking lot, its grim history known only to a handful of locals who remembered the headlines. And yet, when people walked through that area at night, some claimed they could still feel a chill in the air, as if the ground itself held on to the memory of what lay beneath it. Houston's growth didn't come with closure. It came with a quiet agreement to move on, to build over, not to look back. But memory is persistent. It returns in unexpected ways, in whispered stories between generations, in the old newspaper clippings tucked into drawers, in the uneasy glance of a parent watching a child disappear around a corner. The Candyman case became more than a chapter of local history. It became a cautionary tale, retold so often it began to take on the rhythm of folklore. Teachers would tell students not to get into cars with strangers. Parents would repeat the story, softened and half-remembered, as a warning. And though the details blurred over time, the fear remained vivid, the idea that danger could wear a friendly face. The city's officials, for their part, struggled with how to address the legacy. For years, there were no public memorials, no plaques, no official recognition of the victims. It wasn't that the city didn't care. It was that it didn't know how to face what had happened. To remember openly would mean acknowledging not only the evil of one man but also the failures that had allowed him to thrive. And so Houston did what so many places do when confronted with unbearable truth. It buried it beneath progress. But silence, like the sand at High Island, always shifts with the wind. By the 1980s and 1990s, new generations of journalists began revisiting the case. They interviewed detectives who had worked the original investigation. Men now older, their voices quieter, their eyes distant when they spoke about the things they'd seen. Some admitted that the scale of the killings had been too much for them to comprehend at the time. Others expressed lingering guilt over the police department's early dismissals of missing person reports. "We thought we were dealing with runaways," one officer said. "We didn't know we were walking past graves." It was an admission that came too late for justice but not too late for understanding. The media's renewed interest led to documentaries, books, and long-form reports that peeled back layers of history the city had long tried to forget. Each retelling brought the victims back into focus, reminding Houston that they were not just names on a list, but real people. Sons, brothers, friends. Many of them had dreams that seemed painfully ordinary in retrospect. To start bands, to buy cars, to graduate, to travel. In telling their stories again, writers and filmmakers gave them back some of the humanity that had been stolen by the headlines. For those who survived the era, hearing those names again was both painful and necessary. It was a reminder that remembrance, however difficult, was the only real act of defiance against forgetting. One of the most haunting aspects of the case's legacy lies in how it reshaped the city's sense of trust. In the years before the murders, Houston's communities had been tightly knit. Neighbors left their doors unlocked. Children moved freely between homes. But after the Candyman, that openness vanished. Parents became cautious, even suspicious. The idea of innocence itself began to feel dangerous. Sociologists studying the aftermath have since described it as a turning point in Houston's social fabric, the moment when the culture of neighborly trust gave way to a culture of guarded awareness. The trauma of those years had rewritten the city's psychology. Even the way Houston approached law enforcement changed. The failures of the early investigation led to reforms in how missing persons cases were handled. Police were no longer permitted to dismiss cases involving minors as runaways without thorough investigation. New databases were established, connecting departments across the state to share information more efficiently. It was small comfort to the families who had already lost their sons, but for others, it meant their pain might someday prevent another tragedy. In that way, even the darkest chapter of Houston's history became the seed for something better, a painful lesson written in loss. Forensic science, too, found new purpose in the case. As DNA technology advanced, many unidentified victims were finally given back their names. For families who had waited decades, the moment of confirmation was both relief and agony. Some described it as finding him all over again, a bittersweet end to a lifetime of uncertainty. The scientists who worked on these identifications often spoke of the deep emotional toll it took, of feeling connected to the boys through the fragments of their stories. One said, "It's not just bones and evidence. It's someone's child and someone's unanswered question." Even now, 50 years later, the story still finds new echoes. In 2023, a local filmmaker released a documentary tracing the case through interviews with surviving families. The film didn't sensationalize the horror. Instead, it lingered on the silence that followed. It showed the aging parents, the empty streets, the surviving friends who still carried guilt for having escaped. It captured what history books often leave out: the long, slow ache of a city that never truly healed. Chapter 15: The Legacy of the Candyman, The Lessons Left Behind. The story of Dean Corll, the Candyman of Houston, did not end with his death, nor with the last body unearthed from the sand dunes of High Island. Evil, after all, rarely vanishes cleanly. It leaves traces that ripple through generations, shaping how people live, how they love, and how they fear. In Houston, those ripples never fully faded. They became part of the city's DNA, a dark thread woven through its collective consciousness. Even half a century later, the memory of the Candyman's crimes still casts a shadow long enough to touch every discussion of safety, trust, and justice. The legacy of his terror was not confined to the boys he killed. It extended to the very way a city saw itself and the world around it. In the decades following 1973, Houston became a place defined by vigilance. What had once been a community of open doors and easy smiles transformed into one of locks, alarms, and cautious glances. Parents who had grown up in the same neighborhoods where Dean Corll once prowled passed down their fears to their children, often without realizing it. "Don't go too far," they'd say. "Don't talk to strangers. Don't trust anyone you don't know." For most cities, those were general warnings, but in Houston, they carried history. Each word was weighted by the unspoken reminder of what had happened to those who had trusted too easily. But the Candyman's legacy was not just fear. It was also a strange kind of awakening. In his wake, law enforcement agencies across Texas began reevaluating how they handled missing persons cases. Before Corll's crimes came to light, It was routine for police to dismiss reports of missing teenagers, especially boys, as runaways. The assumption was that they would come home eventually, or that they had simply chosen freedom over family rules. But Corll's victims had proved how dangerous that assumption could be. Many of the boys he targeted had been reported missing within days of their disappearance. Yet their cases were closed within weeks, forgotten in filing cabinets while their bodies lay buried only miles away. The public outrage that followed forced change. Police procedures were rewritten. Every missing child, no matter how old, had to be taken seriously. This shift extended beyond Houston. Across the United States, the 1970s marked the beginning of a broader conversation about missing children. Within a decade, cases like those of Etten Patz in New York and Adam Walsh in Florida would spark national movements for awareness. But Houston had already been living in that shadow. The Candyman murders became a grim reference point in law enforcement training programs, a reminder of what happened when systems failed to listen. What began as a local nightmare eventually helped reshape national policy, an unintentional legacy of horror that saved lives in the years to come. Yet for those who survived Dean Corll's orbit, the emotional aftermath was far more personal and painful. David Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley, the two young men who had helped lure the victims, became symbols of corruption and tragedy themselves. They were both victims and perpetrators, young men manipulated by a predator, yet responsible for acts of unthinkable cruelty. Their trials exposed the terrifying complexity of human control, the way fear and loyalty could coexist in the same heart. For decades, psychologists, criminologists, and sociologists would study their relationship with Corll to better understand the psychology of coercion. It was a dark case study in how evil spreads, not through brute force alone, but through seduction, fear, and dependency. Henley's role, in particular, became the subject of endless debate. He was only 17 when he killed Corll, ending the spree that had consumed the city. To some, he was a hero, a boy who stopped a monster when no one else could. To others, he was a murderer who had helped that monster thrive for too long. In prison, Henley spent decades reflecting on his choices, painting vivid artworks that mixed innocence and horror, a strange visual language born from guilt. His paintings, sold to collectors and displayed in exhibitions, became controversial reminders of a story that refused to die. Each canvas was like an echo of that hidden world, its colors soft yet filled with unspoken torment. He claimed that art helped him make peace with what he had done, though peace, for him, was likely unreachable. Brooks, quieter and less expressive, lived a life of isolation within prison walls until his death. He rarely granted interviews, rarely spoke of Corll. Those who met him described a man haunted but subdued, carrying the weight of his choices like a chain. Both men became living extensions of Dean Corll's reach, proof that even after his death, he still held power over others. They were, in a way, his last victims. Meanwhile, the city around them kept changing. The Houston of the 2000s was a glittering metropolis, defined by skyscrapers, industry, and expansion. Yet beneath the progress, there remained a collective ache, an invisible scar across its landscape. The neighborhoods of Heights and Pasadena, once the backdrop of Corll's crimes, were now filled with young families who knew only fragments of the story. But those who had lived through it never forgot. They remembered the nights when police lights filled the streets, the whispers about missing boys, the headlines that made them double-check every locked door. Some refused to speak of it entirely. Others shared the story in pieces, careful not to let the horror feel too close again. Trauma, after all, doesn't disappear. It changes shape, softens at the edges, but it remains. In time, The Candyman murders came to represent something larger than a single man's cruelty. They became a mirror reflecting the fragility of trust, the way ordinary people could be deceived by charm, and how entire communities could be lulled into blindness by routine. It was a story about vulnerability, but also about awakening. Parents became more protective. Communities became more alert. The city's awareness grew sharper. Evil, once thought of as distant and foreign, was revealed to be something that could exist right next door. What remains perhaps most haunting is how ordinary Dean Corll appeared. He wasn't the monster people expected. He was polite, soft-spoken, even generous. He worked quietly, smiled often, and blended in. That ordinariness made his crimes feel even more impossible, and that impossibility made them unforgettable. It taught people that danger rarely announces itself with menace. It arrives quietly, disguised as kindness. That, perhaps, was the most enduring lesson Dean Corll left behind. Yet, in the face of such darkness, there were still flickers of light. The families who had lost everything refused to let their children be forgotten. They wrote letters, gave interviews, and shared memories long after the headlines had faded. In doing so, they turned their grief into a form of defiance, a refusal to let the Candyman have the final word. Some of them founded support groups for parents of missing children. Others spoke at schools, reminding young people to stay cautious, to listen to their instincts. Their strength, quiet and unwavering, became the true counterpoint to Corll's cruelty. It was proof that even in the aftermath of horror, compassion could endure. The legacy of the Candyman is a paradox, one of horror and humanity, despair and resilience. His story reminds the world not just of what was lost, but of what can be learned. It is a warning, yes, but also a testament to survival. For every shadow he cast, there were those who stood in its path, determined to bring light back into the world he tried to darken. That is the part of the story that endures, not the man himself, but the people who refused to let him define them. As the years stretched into decades, the shadow of the Candyman faded from headlines, but never from the collective soul of Houston. The story lingered in the air like humidity, unseen but ever present, clinging to the city's memory. Those who lived through the early 1970s still recalled where they were when they heard about the graves, when they saw the faces of the missing boys on the news, when they realized the horror had been growing right under their noses. The shock never truly left them. It only softened with time, settling into quiet recollection, the kind that returns uninvited on still summer nights when the cicadas drone and the air feels too heavy to breathe. For many who came after, the name Dean Corll became something between myth and cautionary tale. He was spoken of in whispers, often as a half-remembered warning. A story told by grandparents to curious grandchildren who couldn't imagine a time when children vanished by the dozens, when the police shrugged off missing reports, when monsters wore ordinary faces. Yet behind every whispered retelling was the same unspoken truth. This had really happened. It wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't folklore. It was Houston's history, and it could never be erased. By the early 2000s, historians and criminologists began to revisit the case with new eyes. They examined not just the crimes themselves, but the culture that had allowed them to thrive. The Houston of the 1970s, they noted, had been a city in flux, growing too fast, spreading too wide, and leaving its youth adrift. Many of Corll's victims had been boys from broken homes or struggling families. Young men trying to find their place in a city that didn't always see them. They were the invisible ones, the ones who slipped through the cracks. Corll had seen them too, but for all the wrong reasons. He saw their loneliness, their restlessness, and turned it into opportunity. His manipulation was not random. It was targeted. He preyed on the overlooked. That insight became one of the greatest lessons drawn from the tragedy, that evil thrives in neglect, that when a community stops paying attention to its most vulnerable, it opens a door that can never easily be closed again. Sociologists studying the case decades later found that it had reshaped Houston's very identity. The sense of innocence that once defined the city had been replaced by vigilance. Neighborhood watch programs spread. Stranger danger campaigns reached schools. Children were taught to memorize their addresses, to avoid cars, to speak up if they felt unsafe. The lessons learned from the Candyman's reign of terror echoed into the routines of ordinary life. The city's response to tragedy had, in its own way, made the next generation safer. The horror had birthed awareness. But the emotional scars remained. For the families of the victims, time never brought closure, only endurance. They lived through birthdays that never came, through holidays that felt hollow. The faces of their children aged only in imagination. Some parents kept their sons' rooms exactly as they had been left. Beds made, clothes folded, toys untouched. Decades later, visitors would describe those rooms as if time itself had been frozen, a private museum of memory guarded by grief. For them, the story never truly ended. It simply became quieter. Even those who hadn't lost anyone personally still felt the echo. Teachers remembered the empty desks. Police officers carried guilt. Neighbors replayed the moments when they had seen Dean Corll smiling, waving, existing in plain sight. "He was just there," one woman said in an interview years later, her voice trembling with disbelief. "He was always there. We just didn't see him for what he was." That realization became a haunting refrain, one that lingered long after the bodies were buried. It was a collective confession, a recognition that the monster had never hidden. It was the world that had looked away. When new generations of journalists began to revisit the story in documentaries and articles, they approached it differently than before. Early reports had sensationalized the killings, focusing on the grotesque details. But modern retellings sought understanding rather than spectacle. They explored the psychology of Corll's manipulation, the failures of the institutions that had ignored warning signs, and the enduring humanity of the victims. They humanized the lost boys, restoring to them the dignity the Candyman had stolen. Their stories became not just tragedies, but testimonies. Reminders that the value of remembering lies not in the horror itself, but in ensuring it never happens again. In 2023, the Houston Chronicle published a retrospective marking 50 years since the murders were uncovered. The article featured photographs of the victims, now digitally restored from old film, their youthful faces frozen in moments of laughter and light. The piece did not focus on Corll, Brooks, or Henley, but on the boys themselves. It listed their names, their dreams, and their families. It spoke of who they were, not just how they died. The response was overwhelming. Letters poured in from readers who had been children during that era, recalling the fear that had gripped their neighborhoods. Others, born long after, expressed sorrow and disbelief that such horror had happened so close to home. That article did something rare. It helped the city begin to talk openly about its past, not with shame, but with compassion. At High Island, where many of Corll's victims were buried, the landscape has changed, yet the stillness remains. The dunes have shifted, reshaped by wind and tide, but the air feels sacred. Locals sometimes visit quietly, leaving small stones or flowers at the edge of the sand. There's no official monument yet, but the place itself feels like one, an unspoken memorial carried by the whispers of the sea. When storms roll in from the Gulf, the wind howls through the reeds like a chorus of restless voices, and those who walk there at dusk often describe a feeling that's hard to put into words. Not fear, but reverence. It is a place of sorrow, yes, but also remembrance. The ground that once held secrets now holds silence, and in that silence, there is peace. Beyond Houston, the Candyman case became a cornerstone of modern criminology. It forced investigators to reconsider how predators are identified and how communities respond to warning signs. Law enforcement training across the country began to emphasize pattern recognition, the importance of connecting seemingly unrelated disappearances, of listening to families rather than assuming runaway status. In a way, Dean Corll's crimes redefined how America looked at serial offenders. His story helped create the frameworks that would later catch others, from the Green River Killer to John Wayne Gacy. It was a grim but lasting contribution to justice, the kind that arises from lessons written in loss. Perhaps the most profound legacy, though, lies in empathy. The tragedy softened people, made them more aware of the pain around them. It changed the way Houstonians saw one another, not just as neighbors, but as guardians. The community that had once turned inward with shame eventually learned to turn outward with care. That shift, though born of horror, became a quiet victory. The city that had once been blind learned to see. Even now, 50 years later, the story of the Candyman is told not just as a tale of evil, but as a meditation on humanity's endurance. It's a reminder that cruelty can exist in the most ordinary forms, but that kindness, persistence, memory, love can outlast it. Evil may have left its mark on Houston, but it never claimed its soul.